With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region. With integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission Meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, John Howard, Ward 1, Mayor Pro Tem Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff, Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, with Interim City Manager Stephen Carter, City Clerk Sonia Tolbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission Meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to the May 4th work session. But before our work session this morning, we have a special call meeting. Ms. Kelly, could you call the roll?
Ward 1.
Here.
Ward 2.
Here.
Ward 3.
Here.
Ward 4.
Ward 4's here.
Ward 5. Ward 5. Ward 6.
Here.
Mayor.
Mayor is here. And Ms. Kelly, could you call the, could you read the call, please, ma'am?
Dear Mayor and Commissioners, there will be a special call City Commission meeting prior to the work session on Tuesday, May 4th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. in room 100 of the Government Center building located at 222 Pine Avenue, Albany, Georgia. Both meetings will be virtual and in person. The purpose of the meeting is to approve and or adopt an ordinance regarding the following. 1, approval of recreation master plan regarding consultant selection. 2, adopt ordinance regarding bond threshold, amending Chapter 2, Article 6, Section 2-648 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Albany, Georgia. It was signed sincerely, Stephen Carter, Interim City Manager, Mayor Dura. Commissioners Howard, Fletcher, and Young also signed the letter, and the others were notified via email.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. The first item on the agenda is selection of the firm to assist with the preparation of the Recreation Master Plan. There are 2 finalists, Lawson Associates and Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions. Ms. Fields, are you on the line with us? No, sir. Oh, you're here today. Thank you. And Mr. Potter? Okay. At our last meeting, we interviewed representatives of these 2 firms. Anything to add, Ms. Fields?
I have nothing to add, sir.
Mr. Potter?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, any questions for either Ms. Fields or Mr. Potter? Commissioner Howard?
No question at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warbington?
No question.
Commissioner Langstaff, you with us?
I'm here, no questions.
Okay. Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Okay. The chair would entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I offer the ordinance and act for unanimous consent.
Oh, that's the second one, Commissioner Howard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're on the
Okay.
master plan. We have to recommend one of these 2 firms.
Okay.
Did any member wish to nominate one of these 2 firms? If not, the chair would recommend Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions, Inc. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Howard?
No further discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No discussion.
Commissioner Warbington?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
Okay, could we call the roll, Ms. Kelly?
Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes. And the next item on the agenda, Ms. Fields, you still with us? Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Yes, sir, right here.
Okay. We have this on page 7. We talked about it at our retreat, but for the general public, Ms. Fields, could you give us sort of a summary of what we're considering here today?
What you're considering here today is the increase of the bond, performance bond and material and payment bond from $40,000 to $100,000. This was discussed at the retreat as a means to increase DBE participation, as well as helping small businesses, because getting bonded is something that's extremely difficult for them, and not all bids, not all projects require bonding. So if we start at 100,000 instead of at 40,000, that removes at least one impediment to increase DBE participation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fields. Any questions for Ms. Fields? Commissioner Howard?
Ms. Fields, so from your research and data, you feel by we increasing the threshold from $40,000 to $100,000 that it will be inclusive to include minority business to participate, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions?
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
And just to verify, Ms. Fields, what we anticipate is the number of construction projects minority and disadvantaged businesses will be allowed to bid on would increase somewhat if we raise the ceiling for the bonding capacity from 40,000 to 100,000.
Yes, sir.
And here, of course, as the one con that staff has included in this is that the city is exposing itself to contracting without a bond in those projects which are between more than 40 and up to $100,000.
Yes, we are, but that's also a risk that apparently the state is okay with, because that's their bonding level, 100,000.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Okay, with that, the chair would entertain a motion.
I offer the ordinance and ask for unanimous consent with dispensing of second reading and act for its adoption.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Howard?
No further discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further?
Commissioner Fletcher?
No discussion.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No discussion.
Commissioner Young?
No discussion.
Ms. Kelly, would you call the roll, please?
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes. And with that, that would adjourn the special call meeting. And now I would call to order the May 4th, 2021 work session. We have one speaker, Mr. Charles Howell. Is Mr. Howell with us this morning? Good morning, Mr. Howell. Mr. Howell, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to keep it under that. I represent the professional firefighters of Albany. I appreciate y'all's time. We just had some new elections, myself, Vice President, and President Ronnie Pettiford standing over my shoulder here. And we just wanted an opportunity to introduce ourselves to y'all. I hope this morning finds all of y'all off to a good start. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm gonna look at my notes, okay? My name is David Howell, and I am the newly elected Vice President of the Professional Firefighters Association. I've been a firefighter with the City of Albany for 27 years. I currently hold the position of captain and manage an engine company. I'm also born and raised native of Albany, Georgia, and my 2 sons are firefighters here in the City of Albany. So I'm definitely vested in the reputation of the Albany Fire Department. A little over a year ago, firefighters employed by the City of Albany reached an agreement that we were in great need of being heard. We needed a collective voice that could speak up on behalf of the firefighters' rights, their work environment, fairness and equality without the worry of retaliation. We feel that our department's success and teamwork, cohesion, and training leads to the best services being delivered to the citizens of Albany and Daugherty County. We joined together and became affiliates of the International Association of Firefighters, started our own union. We follow bylaws and policies, hold real elections, and are governed by a board of elected members. Our goals are clear. We want to work with the managers, commissioners, mayors, citizens, and anyone else to ensure that the citizens and visitors of Albany, Georgia receive the best services and most memorable interactions that can be found nowhere else. We look forward to this pandemic of COVID going away so that we can get out and show the city what the PFFA is all about. The current situation in your fire service is we have a mass migration of highly valued employees leaving our department, in some cases for less pay. You can definitely expect to see a lower standard of service and unqualified personnel in critical positions if we don't find a way to retain qualified employees. We have been briefed by the outgoing president of our union on their communications with you all and are aware that a hopeful solution concerning our pay could be found by this fiscal year and budget meeting. I want to assure you that we can make ourselves available at most any time if any assistance is needed in gathering data to address this issue. Thank you very much for giving us your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Wait, hold on. Mr. Hold 1 second. Any questions for Mr. Howe? Ms. Howard?
Mr. House, good morning. How you do?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
In your short presentation, you did say a lot of qualified and trained individuals are leaving the fire department?
Yes, sir.
And it's not based on pay, right?
Yes, sir. Pay and the atmosphere within the fire department. As a matter of fact, not only are we losing qualified people, we just lost the president and vice president of our union. One was a lieutenant in the fire service. I think he had 10 to 12 years, and the president was a 12-year driver. Right now, we face the issue of not having any relief drivers to fill spots. And I don't know if y'all are aware of it or not, but the firemen, the firefighters, have been forced to work overtime for over a year now because of our manpower shortage. So there are several issues going on that need to be addressed in the fire department. There are a lot of excuses that are put out for our shortage of manpower, but I have, on our conference calls 2 years ago, started asking when we was going to get new hires in, new firefighters, because we were going to be facing an issue real soon that we were going to have a shortage. And that didn't get dealt with for over a year. And it's proven in studies that when you force personnel to work that much overtime, that they will leave and find better work conditions. We work a 24-hour shift, and we have a driver that was told just a few days ago that if you want to go home after working your 24-hour shift, you need to find somebody to replace you. This man has a wife and kids, and he had planned on meeting with his grandchildren that day. So at 8 o'clock the next morning, after working a 24-hour shift, when he had his stuff packed up in his truck, ready to go home, he was told, if you want to go home, you have to find a replacement for yourself. This is not acceptable. I've been here 27 years, and the first thing that was told to me when I was hired at the fire department 27 years ago was, if you are not here at 8 o'clock to relieve the off-going shift, you will most likely be fired on the spot, because we take this very serious. These people are away from their family 24 hours at a time. They're ready to go home. They need to go home. And this is just one of the many issues I could go over with you, but the pay, the environment. When you start adding this stuff up, people just get tired of it and they start moving on, looking for better. And when you have a really highly qualified person, he doesn't have a problem finding a job anywhere else. That's the ones we're losing. That's the ones we need to retain. That's the ones that make the fire service operate and make you guys proud of the fire service.
Mr. Mayor, let me do another follow-up
Yes, sir.
question to Mr. Charles. You did say of the union, the president and the vice president have left the fire department, right?
Yes, sir. We just had brand-new elections last month. It took us a while to work through the process because the union is new, and we are trying to follow all the bylaws of the International Fire Association. But yes, both of them left to find better work conditions.
So let me say that I'm a new kid on the block.
Yes, sir.
And if I were to ask you, you did say in your short presentation that would you say it's a hostile environment or what?
I would not say it is a hostile environment. I would just say that the cohesion of us being a paramilitary organization, the cohesion around the department and in the stations has fallen apart and deteriorated to a point that people are looking for what will make a better living for their family and a better work atmosphere. The atmosphere is deteriorating. And when you combine the work conditions with the pay and these things just start a domino effect of people leaving. And I know y'all have had an issue in the police department over the past few years. And now you can see it's within the fire department's ranks now. And it's there and present right now.
So let me ask you one final question. This professional firefighter organization, how many members in the fire department member of this professional fire department?
So there is a little over 70, and because of COVID, we've been held back. If you look at unions in the fire departments across the nation, for the size of our department, that is a large number. And we look to have at least 100 to 130. I apologize, I don't know how to turn this phone off. We look to have a lot more in, because when this COVID will lift, it's restrained us. We can't get out in the public and do things we want to do. We can't gather as a group and explain to the new hires and people that don't know what's going on yet in the union, because we're only a year old now, and we're going through a learning process.
And you did say that you have been a firefighter for how many years?
27
In the city?
in the city of Albany. Yes, sir.
So you sort of like an old veteran, right?
Sir?
You like an old veteran of the fire department.
Yes.
My final question is that you said the environment, not the environment, the atmosphere is not conducive. In your 27 years, I will let you know where I'm going. In your 27 years of working, is this the worst time or the best time that you've seen the environment being like this? Or what?
This is the worst as far as the atmosphere, yes, sir, and people leaving, and the quality of people leaving. In any business, I think you're going to have people come and go, but you don't normally see people come into an organization like the fire department, put 10, 12, 15 years in, work on promotions, and get to upper level ranks, and then decide to leave. That's not something we're used to.
I certainly appreciate your comments, and I was naive, thought it just was the pace was a problem, but now you're saying it's the atmosphere plus pay.
Yes, sir, forced overtime because of a lack of enough employees to fill the positions, and which that, along with the pay, and then that creates, along with a few other things I won't go into, it just creates a bad atmosphere.
So if I was a firefighter and my time to go home to my family, and I was told in the last 30 minutes that I couldn't leave, so if I decide I was going to leave, most likely I'd be terminated, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
No,
sir.
no further questions. Thank you for your time, your concern.
Yes, sir.
And I'm pretty sure with the aggressive and assertive mayor we got, that he will follow up with it either by letter or by visiting the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day, Jim.
Hold on. Mr. Allen.
Okay, yes, sir.
Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions. Just thank you for speaking with us and thank you for your service.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, Mr. Host, so you say 70 members are part of your union.
Yes, sir.
What percentage is that? How many total firefighters do we have?
I'll hit as close to it as I can. We are normally an organization of about 150 in the line personnel. That's the people that are out at the stations. But because we have been about 35 members short, that would put us, let's see, at what, about 115. Now, we just hired some more people and we're working on, I'm told that we have more people being hired. That process is in the works. So out of 115, we've got 70. I don't know what the percentage of that is. Now, like I said, we just picked up 16 new employees, and I think we're supposed to be trying to get 15 more. But I want to remind you that over a year ago, and it's recorded, I was on conference calls requesting, asking about these new hires. When is this going to happen? It was actually, I apologize, it was 2 years ago that I was asking these questions. And an entire year passed with me repeatedly asking these questions. And now we've fallen into this forced overtime situation.
And I think now we have, was it 14 or 15 new hires? Have they been placed in the stations yet? Are they
Yes,
still
sir,
in-
that just took place.
Okay, so the answer to your request from a year or 2 years ago has been somewhat met, but I mean, they're in training and.
Somewhat,
you know,
yes,
they-
sir,
they
somewhat.
can fill
In the
the
past
position.
administrations, we have, and like I said, I don't work in administration, but I do know that anytime we got short, it was never a problem to get the applications out, get this thing rolling. I do not understand what took so long, so I don't want to elaborate on that. I asked the assistant chief, and he told me at 2 different times that they had sent it to Human Resources, and Human Resources was the holdup. But my job to help the rest of them out was just to continue pressing and asking the questions, because I don't work in the administration side.
So if you could summarize what you're calling pay issues, what would be just a quick summary of what is the issue with pay?
A quick summary is I was actually on a pay panel. I was on the pay panel that was developed for the fire department. And in those meetings, we, and me especially, repeatedly pointed out inequities within the pay system. So here's a real quick one. My driver was a 25-year driver, a 25-year employee, 15 years as an apparatus operator engineer, 15 years in this position. A person, he had 25 years in service, 15 as a driver. A person with about 8 years of service and had just got promoted to AOE, which is what he was started out in the same position, making $1.50 an hour more than he was. If that won't dampen your spirits, I don't know what will. And that was what created the 43 grievances that started the pay study. That was what was discussed in the pay study, and I can verify that because I was in it. And I repeatedly pushed these issues out on the table, and I can tell you here that they were repeatedly ignored in the meeting. And that is a huge issue. If you don't think that'll drive somebody off and make them feel worthless to promote a brand new person, and I'm not blaming anybody for how we got there. The pay studies would throw us off a little bit and this and that, but the bottom line is we were there, and it just needed to be addressed.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Appreciate you coming to speak to us today.
Oh, do I
Mr.
see-
Langstaff?
You got a couple more. Don't leave yet. Okay.
Mr. Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No further questions. Thank you for your
Oh.
service.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Howell, like all my colleagues, I express my appreciation to you and Mr. Pettiford for your years of service, what you do for the community.
Thank you.
I do want to say, at a professor in college, he said, American people want simple answers to complex problems. And one thing that I have found since I've been on the commission, and like I say, we are in the midst of a pay study. We're going to make sure our officers are compensated in line with similarly sized cities. But things that have been brought to my attention, one of the issues, you mentioned that a 15-year employee was paid more than an employee who'd been working for 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Well, the fire chief can't do anything about that. That is a policy that was set either by the commission or the city manager. Come to find out, when you get into the details, there are incentives for training, for education. And obviously, that is the explanation. To me, when I hear that the first time, I'm upset. Why is somebody that's only worked for the city for 15 years making more than somebody's worked 25 years?
Yes, sir.
It's not like the chief is not an advocate. At our recent retreat, the chief came forward, here's one thing we need to do. And, but the bigger issue, and I have seen this, I have a notebook this thick with articles, many of them in scholarly journals about law enforcement, and I'm sure you're seeing the same thing with firefighters. Fewer and fewer young men and women are willing to be police officers. Mm-hmm. And of those who we now successfully recruit, a larger percentage of them are leaving within 18 months, 2 years. I don't know if you're seeing that with firefighters, but a lot of that is societal and generational. I mean, one of these articles about police officers says, formerly, young police officers had to sort of make their way. You know, they had to pay their dues. Mm-hmm. But now police officers with 10 and 15 years experience are being told, you have to mentor this young man or this young lady. Mm-hmm. So the culture of law enforcement has to change in that regard. And like I say, we're going to do something about this pay inadequacy. But I want to point out that there's nothing sinister going on here, that the city commission or the city manager is not trying to hire additional firefighters, because we're just going to use who we have and make them work overtime. Yes. I mean, we are, to my knowledge, doing our very best to recruit qualified applicants, and we want to do right by our firefighters. We appreciate what you do, but I also want to say that this situation is a lot more complex than it looks. And we all come to the table with our own perspective, and I just want you to know when you leave here today that everybody on this dais appreciates what you have done for 27 years and what your colleagues do in it every day.
Yes, sir. And to make it clear, I was not here to kick the fire chief.
Oh no, I'm not saying that, because you got frustration and you think somebody's not an advocate for us.
Well, we formed this union so that we can sit down, us as a group, and bring this stuff to light before it becomes a big issue, so that you end up with a good fire service. If we can, as a collective group, cut this stuff off when we see a problem arising, and we bring it to the fire chief and we bring it to the commission, then we can make this a really great fire service.
Well, I think we have a great fire service.
We do.
What I believe is we need to do a better job of addressing these issues. But if I say anything today, I just want you to understand that it is not as simple as
Gotcha.
a pay raise, and we're not hiring people because we think we can get by with 115 officers, even though we have 150 budgeted positions.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for being here, Ms. Howard, Mr. Pettiford. The next item on the agenda is a proposal to establish a general noise and sound ordinance. Is that Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. The purpose here is to establish a noise ordinance regarding fireworks, but you cannot have an ordinance solely dealing with fireworks. So our office, we've cobbled together all the other ordinances we have in that regard, and are out to establish correctly one regarding fireworks. Consumer fireworks is at page 10 of your agenda package, and it goes over to, continues on up through part of page 13, and sets the hours for consumer fireworks. And under the state law, also requires a notice to the public, so there'll be a notice published in this Friday's paper, setting a vote, a formal vote, at the night meeting this month. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. Any questions? Commissioner Howard?
No question, but when you go around, Mr. Mayor, since we have the chief here, I want to ask the chief a question once everyone gets through speaking.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Worthington?
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, this has been taught multiple times in our public safety committee that we formed last year. And while this is not directly related to gun violence, this does have perceptions of gun violence. And so we all get the phone calls when somebody decides to light up fireworks next door or in our neighborhood at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and it is just completely frightful to be in your home and to have this happen, as well as our police gets phone calls, 911 calls dispatched. And so really what this is really the overwhelming folks I've talked to that have contacted me want to have an ordinance that disallows and makes it unlawful to fire fireworks basically after dark. Now in the agenda packet, I think what Mr. Davis provided, he just basically on page 13, he simply stated what the state law is, and state law is midnight. I think that is really too late, because really somebody 11:45, 11:30 at night, while we're all asleep, somebody could be setting off fireworks. What I proposed to Mr. Davis is to back it up to 8 p.m. And so I kind of put that out there as a proposal for the commission to consider, is really 8 p.m. You know, in the summertime it's getting dark a little bit after 8, but that's generally about average of what we would consider daylight hours as 8 p.m. I'd also, part of our public safety committee, I did some research in most other cities around us, Columbus, you know, that they all have this specific ordinance for fireworks as well. So we're not doing anything that's out of the norm. Is really, we're just kind of following what other cities around us have done. So that would be my modification, or my proposal is to change midnight and back it up to 8 p.m. Of course, that obviously excludes holidays, July 4th, January 1st, you know, holidays, but by and large, it would be 8 o'clock every day of the year. Okay, that's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
So your proposal to move it back to 8, is that, I guess, is that based on anything else you saw, or from another city, or what?
I think the other cities I've researched, some were 10, some were 9, some were 8, you know, but it's generally 8, 9, or 10. So my proposal would just, I think the overwhelming majority of citizens, if not 99.9% of citizens, would be okay with backing it up to 8 o'clock. There's just Tuesday night, Monday night, Thursday night, I just don't see a reason.
I guess
it would be more of a risk to go later than earlier.
Yeah, I guess with the summertime, you know, it really, you know, doesn't get dark until about 8:30. So, and that's when most people look to shoot fireworks at night. I guess as a a note, I probably would, I guess, think maybe 9 would be a little bit better. Maybe even 10, because I think during the longest days of the year, it's not, if I can remember, the 4th of July celebrations, they usually don't really start shooting the fireworks until almost 9. That's the only comment I have.
Is that all, Commissioner Young?
Yes.
I just have some concern. I know this is a problem. People get upset. I get emails. Was it a gunshot? Was it a firecracker? But my concern is what's going to happen, and I'll give you the example, is that police officers are going to be called. They're not going to get there till 20 or 30 minutes later. We got some knucklehead teenagers that are shooting off the firecrackers. The citizen's going to be upset it took the officer so long to get there, and the officer could have been responding to a burglary or a domestic dispute, and then there's going to be no citation issued, no arrest, and everybody's going to be frustrated, and the police officer is going to spend 30 minutes, an hour responding to the complaint. And I know it's a problem, but the ordinance we have on the books, Mr. Davis, is that still on the book about volume coming out of your vehicle?
Yes, sir. All of those are now part of this ordinance if y'all adopt it.
Okay. I would like to know.
One about construction noise, automobile noise, all of those are now in one ordinance. Thanks for asking.
I would like to know how many citations been issued in the last 2 years for a violation of that code and ordinance. First, you got the issue of, and I remember before, the difficulty was actually accurately gauging, was it the decibel level? Is that what was in that ordinance, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. It takes some special equipment for the construction noise. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, is an ordinance we needed, just like, I'm not disagreeing that my concern is the challenges with enforcing an ordinance like this, and also the frustration citizens have is only going to be increased if we can't adequately enforce the ordinance. But those are my thoughts. And but with that, I guess we need to go. The chair would entertain a motion.
We're not voting on today, are we?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay.
It just
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Howard, you had a question for the chief?
Yeah. Chief, are you back? I'm getting old. I got cataract, so I can't see that good now.
Good morning. It's because I didn't wear my white shirt today.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Chief, what the mayor was saying and what the other commissioner was saying, Mr. Warburton, talk about enforcement. And when we talk about enforcement, what I'm concerned is that we are seeing a change in the population shift, that a lot of individuals will not call because they are alone, they are widows, or they just feel petrified that the neighbors will find out. But if we pass this at our nightly meeting, do you have the manpower to enforce it? Because, well, let me back up. I represent an area in East Albany that it is saturated with a lot of renters, and not only by shooting a firecracker, they don't too much, a few just will not respect the law under no circumstance. So we passed this, and if I were to call from my house, what number would we call? Would we call the 431-2100, or we call the non-dispatcher emergency number?
You can call either one.
Okay. And what I'm concerned is that senior citizens are not going to call because he feel that I'm here. So if they call, can we enforce this?
If we catch the people who are doing it, yes, sir, we can enforce it.
Okay, and then the city attorney said also about in the, you know, the loud music from the car, things of that nature.
If what's your question? Are you asking, will we enforce it?
Right.
Yes, sir, we do, if we catch the people who are doing it.
Okay, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. Chief, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Do you think this would be helpful, or obviously, you know, you'll be getting a lot more calls at the beginning, certainly, but will this be helpful to cut down on future calls if we could, if this curtailed a lot of the fireworks shooting, that people wouldn't confuse as gunshots, or do you see this as being hard for you to enforce?
It depends. I mean, the law-abiding citizens will observe it as they currently do now. Those who don't really pay attention to what the laws are, it can give us, well, currently we were going by the state ordinance when it comes to fireworks and shooting them off. But having a city ordinance, once you catch them, then you can do something. Will it stop? It may increase the calls, and we will still respond, because a lot of times we don't know, was it the fireworks or was it gunshots? And though it's an additional, I mean, we'll fit it in, but it just depends. We don't really know if it will cease it or not. You really don't know until we really don't know until we start enforce. Well, until if this is enacted and we start working with it.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington?
Morning, Chief.
Morning.
So average citizen hears a round of either gunshots or fireworks. Typically, if they feel threatened, they're going to call 911 or the dispatch number. So having this ordinance is not going to make a citizen call more or less. The citizens maybe that are informed of this may call, but like you said, you know, not every citizen knows every line and code of our code of ordinances and understand this. So what I've experienced just in my neighborhood and on social media is typically around July 4th, January 1st. Every year there's always conversations, fireworks, what's the numbers, what's the law, what's the time. And I just believe having an ordinance that's specific to fireworks will just continue to have conversations. It may take 6 months to a year, but it'll continue to be a conversation for citizens to educate themselves, to have the discussions. But also, you know, when police respond, if you know where the fireworks are coming from, you know, it gives your officers a specific ordinance. Whereas now, if your officer responds, let's say there's a group of people shooting fireworks in the backyard, do you have anything even now? I guess you have a general noise ordinance to say, hey, knock it off, but this gives you a...
Depending on the situations, we could possibly cite them for disorderly conduct.
Right. This would be a specific citation for fireworks if you have this.
Under the noise ordinance, it would be,
Right.
just like loud music coming from vehicles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And Mayor, just to respond to Commissioner Young, so Columbus is 10 o'clock and Macon Bibb is 9. Those are two cities that I just pulled sitting here. So that's, you know, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock seems to be the 3 times that folks have. So that's it. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff, any questions for the chief?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, yeah, I was thinking, I don't know, I was just thinking 8 was just a little bit early. One thing, I guess with the noise ordinance, what are the penalties? I don't see that listed here.
It's a fine. I don't know the penalties right offhand. That's
Mr.
all.
Davis, no?
The 1-16 and 1-17 of the charter establish a general penalty for ordinances of up to 6 months or a $500 fine.
Okay, up to a $500 fine. And the reason I ask that, Chief, is because sometimes I feel like if, you know, there's a posted penalty somewhere, maybe, you know, even at the little fireworks stands where people go and buy this stuff, that they know what the city of Albany's ordinance is. If you're caught shooting these off after 9 p.m., then there will be a $500 fine. Do you find that that's sometimes more helpful as a, I guess, kind of a deterrent for people doing that when they kind of automatically know that this, you know, $40 purchase could cost me $500 if I don't, you know, follow the regulation?
That's something we normally, I mean, when it comes to the fireworks people and permits, that doesn't fall up under our purview. It could be something that I'll discuss that with the marshal when people come in to get their business permits, that if they can have that placed up at these, those who set up tents and then those who do hard structured buildings, you know, whenever that time of year comes around.
Right. Because I guess it just seems to me that with this, the penalties are not necessarily visible. I think if people know automatically that there's going to be a significant fine, you know, for doing this, then that will be a deterrent from doing it. A lot of folks probably just think somebody's going to call the police and they'll have to, you know, deal with the police or maybe even get arrested, but they don't know if there's a possible $500 fine that they know about that's associated with doing this. Maybe that'll deter people from doing it if we make that a little bit more clear. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. One thing, Chief, could y'all retrieve the number of citations that have been issued for violation of the noise ordinance within the last 24 months?
Yes, sir, we keep track of that.
Okay. I'd like to see it because I may be wrong, but I mean, I know on the one side of my property is right by Magnolia, and several times a day, I mean, people, it's like a concert, but I don't, if we could get that information, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
The next item is follow-up discussion on the management agreement of the Government Center building. Ms. Davis, I do see on page 19 that should have been changed on F, I think, where it says monthly statements.
Yes, the request,
5F, I'm sorry.
yes, sir.
That should say quarterly, obviously, right there.
Yes, sir. They're asking for, I understand the only change they're asking for is semi-annual as opposed to quarterly.
Okay.
I think I sent out an email from Mr. McCoy requesting a semi-annual.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? So was that the only change?
Yes, sir. I understand from Mr. Lee, the county attorney, that is the only change, that the agreement is acceptable.
Okay. And just for background, I think Commissioner Warmington suggested that we present this to the county commission before we voted on it to make sure it was agreeable with them. Is that correct?
Well, I haven't presented it to the county commission. Mr. Lee has told me it's acceptable to his client, but if you...
But we have a response from the county attorney.
Yes, sir. An oral response, and I've worked with him on it back and forth.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. So, all right. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Davis, but what we're saying is the agreement is acceptable with the one change, and that's at 5F. There would be semi-annual statements.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So every 6 months, we'd get a notice.
Yes, sir, on the expenses,
Okay.
that type thing. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Well, any questions for the city attorney? Commissioner Howard?
No question after I digest, I think that, and with the correction, that this is what we should have been doing a long time ago, but be as it may, at least we're back in civilization again.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher,
No question.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yeah, I got two questions. I don't know if Ms. Wright is with us or on the phone, but there was some discussion about insurance. And did city and county get all that straightened up in terms of the insurance on the building and limits and what all the other insurance lingo that we're supposed to have in there? Good
I
morning,
have not heard from Ms. Wright as to any comments about,
The county administrator, and we're in conversation with the broker to get all that information, so I can send you a copy when that's finalized.
Okay, so we're looking to either increase it or improve it or have better coverage with this new agreement?
Well, the county currently has coverage, so the agreement would be to add us as an additional insurer to the current coverage they have, and if there's any cost sharing associated with that piece, they're gonna pass that over to the city, and we'll pay that portion.
Okay, all right. Then my next question, this may require some follow-up, but it seems like every time I've had conversations with the county, there's always this notion that we're 1 year behind, meaning in terms of whether we call it rent or cost sharing or what have you. And I don't know if finance could do some research on this, that if we're truly paying 1 year behind, that would mean the very first year, back when this whole thing started, we went a year without paying. So there's big dollars, that's why I'm bringing this up. I mean, this is hundreds of thousands of dollars if in fact we are 1 year, but I just would like to have that clarified. I don't know if there should be a statement in here that says that we're always paying for last year's numbers, but can anybody explain that? Are we paying current expenses, or are we paying last year's expenses? Are we 12 months behind?
Mr. Carter, would Mr. Brown be the one to answer that question?
Yes, sir. I think Mr. Brown would be the best one to respond to that.
How you doing, sir?
Okay.
I can answer that if you'd like for me to.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
The way we pay now is based on audited figures. And so right now, if nothing changed, when we get ready to do our fiscal 22 budget for next year, it's going to be based on audited figures from fiscal year 20, which of course June of last year. So we're paying based on actual dollars, but there are 2 years in arrears. And to Commissioner Warburton's point, typically what that means is if we move out of a building, we will continue to be billed for that for 2 additional years. And my contention would be that the only way that would be a fair way of doing things is if we stayed in the building for 2 years free on the front end.
Right.
Because at some point you do have to establish what the rate would be. And so if we started paying at the very beginning based on audited figures from 2 years prior, then we're basically paying for years when we were not even in the building. And I guess that would be okay if you want to just establish some rate at that point. But that means once you exit the building, you should not be paying anymore. But that's not how it currently works. So I would certainly say that part of the negotiation of the agreement would be that, once an agreement is, we come to an agreement that what we pay some established amount based on that time period that starts, and of course, once that time period ends, those payments would end, but that is not how that operates today.
Okay, so Mr. Brown, you're actually saying we're 2 years behind.
Well, it's based on, right, it is based on audited figures, and you won't have those audited figures. We have now audited figures for fiscal year 20. We know what those audited numbers are, and they would be the basis for beginning in July, which is fiscal year 22. And so that's how it has historically been. And so even if you leave a facility, then the county still bills us for 2 more years because they're saying, well, these are based on numbers from 2 years ago. and so you have to pay for that time. And so that is how that has traditionally gone.
So the change that Mr. David just talked about, by us taking this to 6 months instead of 1 year, if anything, we're going to shrink that by 6 months, because we're going to have statements every 6 months now instead of statements once a year.
Well, and I guess the question would be, starting, theoretically, if this agreement was in place on July 1st, what's going to be the basis for those payments starting July 1st? Are they going to be based on audited figures from fiscal 20, or is there going to be some other mechanism that says this is what the city and the county are going to pay? Obviously, if we incur expenses, if we have a report every 6 months, there's got to be some. Are we going to only pay every 6 months? And I guess that's part of the agreement. And so it really depends on what's the basis for those initial costs starting July 1st. What's going to be the determining factor of what we pay? Are you going to base it on from numbers from 2 fiscal years ago, or are you going to come up with some other mechanism, whether it's an average cost for the last 5 years, and then maybe true it up every 6 months? Could be a thought, so that we're truly paying for current year's actual costs, so that if at some point there's a decision to, whatever it may be, exit a building, and once that exit is done, then the costs are paid for at that point, maybe it's trued up for that at that moment in time, and then if you're not paying for an additional year, 6 months, or 2 years after you vacate the premises, as we're currently doing.
Okay, so I guess my follow-up, Mayor, is obviously we're not going to solve it in this meeting, but I would just ask Mr. Brown if there's any language to help you manage the finances. Certainly, we're not trying to stick the county. We're not trying to get something for free here, but we are just wanting to kind of have an up-to-date, real-time amount that we're paying. And Mr. Brown, if there's a sentence or two we need to add, certainly we would love to have your input from the financial standpoint.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
I agree we need some written agreement. I had proposed initially the monthly statements, and then I was convinced that that did create a little bit too much work for staff, and also we'd get these statements and we'd look at them. But quarterly, I thought was reasonable. The county doesn't want quarterly. We need to, just like we follow our budgets for every department, we need to know what we're spending here for the government center. But the semi-annual, I can live with. But I just want to say again, two things. The county attorney has apparently said that with this change, this agreement will be acceptable to the county commission. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's what I understand, and maybe Mr. Brown and the county finance can work on,
Okay.
actually, in plain speak, telling everybody and get up a memo about the payments. Necessarily, I don't think it has to go in here, but there ought to be some document like that. Thank you.
But then secondly, there's the issue, apparently, all the capital improvements and repairs for this building have been financed by the county, and this agreement clearly says that the county waives any claim for reimbursement or against the city for that. Is that correct, Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir, that's an integral part of this, and from the time forward, there's at pages, begins bottom of page 4 and goes over to page 5 about there'll be a committee to decide on any capital expenditures in the future that exceed $30,000. And if that agreement is not reached, then one party can do it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And the next item on the agenda is a status of the residential repair grant program administered by the county. Ms. Georgia Collier-Boeing, and I understand Ms. Boeing was formerly the Director of Disaster Recovery and Grant Programs for the county, but that she will not be able to meet with us this morning. In her place, Ms. Vaughn Brown. Is that correct? Is Ms. Vaughn Brown with us?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn Brown, you have the floor.
Okay, good morning. My name is Cicely Von Brown, and I am the Disaster Recovery Manager for Dougherty County. Today I'll be providing an update on the HRRP program, or our Homeowner Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program. I'll give a brief program overview to provide you guys an update as to the status of the program. So the program is designed to provide safe, secure, and disaster-resistant housing for residents impacted by the 2 January 2017 tornado events, as well as Hurricane Irma in September of 2017. The program is critical to the long-term recovery strategies of the most impacted and distressed zip codes, to include Brunswick, Kingsland, and Dougherty County within the 31701 zip code, 31705, and 31707. The program addresses rehabilitation, reconstruction, or replacement and elevation of existing or destroyed housing units. The program will also provide additional repairs that are not directly caused by the storms but needed to current building codes. The program is available to single-family homeowners who own the property at the time of the disaster and were using the home as their primary residence, and will provide up to $75,000 in rehab or $150,000 in reconstruction costs. The application portal opened in early January, and we will continue to accept applications through July 1st. There are a total of 71 applicants. Of those 71 applicants, approximately 32 have been approved. Our next steps include damage assessments and cost estimates, which will be performed by the workforce group out of Louisiana. Environmental testing, which will include lead-based tank testing, asbestos testing, and Tier 2 environmental reviews. The program has hired new staff to include myself as the grant manager, a construction manager, a grant analyst, as well as a construction specialist.
Are you still with us, Ms. Vaughn Brown?
Yes,
Oh, does that conclude your presentation?
it does.
Could we get your presentation in writing, Ms. Vaughn Brown? I don't think our connection is as good as it could be.
Sure.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Vaughn Brown? Commissioner Howard?
I have no question on that. So like I said, I agree we certainly need it in writing because of bad connection.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Ms. Vaughn Brown, I have some friends at East Albany, and one of them had told me that at some point in time she had been notified the funds were exhausted. I have a letter to that effect I could provide to you. Do you know anything about that?
I believe that letter may have come from the City of Albany, the Department of Community and Economic Development, and it's probably in regard to the CHIP program. The Disaster Recovery Program, or HRRP, has not extended any funds as of yet related to homeowner repairs. We've only extended funds related to salaries, and so funding is definitely available up to $8 million between those 5 zip codes.
Okay, so, and again, is this program, did Dougherty County get $35 million?
The allocation for the HRRP program is $8 million for the state of Georgia, to be split amongst those 3 counties, Brunswick, Kingsland, and Dougherty County. There are additional funding for various other disaster recovery programs under the acquisition home buyout FEMA, but for the HRRP program, the allocation is $8 million.
Okay, and so it's my understanding you have had 71 applicants.
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, I'm afraid some of our citizens are confused about the different programs, and we need to get this information out. But, so 32 of those applications have been approved, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And, well, you'll provide this presentation to us, and we'll go from there. But now, this letter, you said it came from Community and Economic Development. How much money, if you know, was did that program have?
I believe the program was allocated close to $1 million. It was about $700,000 from DCA and a match of about $300,000 from the city. I don't have the exact number.
Okay. Could we get that, in addition to your presentation, Ms. Von Brown, and sort of an understanding of what funds are out there and what has been expended? Because certainly, we've got a July 1st deadline, and we've got folks that have been advised there's no funding available. They need to be aware that there is this, these funds are out there, because I think 71 applicants is considerably less than the number of homes that were extensively damaged in 2017.
Yes, sir.
And how many of these houses are in the city limits? Do you know that?
No, the program aims to serve the city limits and as well as Dougherty County. It's a partnership. So the zip codes extend between both the county and the city.
Okay, so your records just would indicate
so
the
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Your records would indicate the applications by zip code and not whether or not they live within the city limits.
That is correct. I can gather that information for you, though.
Okay. Well, Ms. Von Brown, we appreciate you being with us, and we look forward to getting your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Forgy? Good morning, Mr. Forgy. Good morning. I don't know if you understand. I mean, I'm confused about the different programs and the different allocations. I thought there was $35 million that was awarded to 3 counties in the state, and Dougherty was one of those counties.
I believe that's the total number of CDBG, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds, and it's split up into several different programs, the housing being one of those. The disaster mitigation, that's another one. I don't have that in front of me, but I know that's a total number rather than what, particularly what Dougherty County got.
Okay, okay. Like I say, I have the letter to a constituent says the funds are exhausted.
Right.
And I didn't know that was one small segment of the allocated funds. And so what we need to do, Mr. Forgy, is I think the people on the commission need an understanding of what's been allocated and what the money is available for, so we can advocate for our constituents. Could we get?
I can give you what I have access to. I believe the funding that you're referring to was through the Department of Community and Economic Development, and it is federal funding. It is through the CDBG program, but not the Disaster Recovery Program. So it sounds the same. It's for housing. It has CDBG in the name, but it's different funding.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, we don't want our citizens to miss a deadline thinking that there are no funds available and they have to submit an application by, but what I'm asking, maybe my colleagues have a much better understanding than I do, but we need to know where the money, how much money is available, and how it's allocated and how it can be accessed.
Okay.
Okay. With that, any questions, Mr. Forgy? Mr. Howard?
No question, Mr. Forgy.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warburton,
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff,
No question.
Commissioner Young.
I guess just kind of an organizational question. I know you're, have contact with many of these grants and opportunities. Do we have a specific office that, you know, kind of handles that, but does each department have a specific grant? Like I know you said Community Economic Development has one. I know that's not under, you know, all the different things you do, but I guess in having that organized, do we possibly need like a one-stop shop with a lot of these things? As the mayor said, that may be help, you know, the information flow a little bit better.
Right. It's a little bit of both of those things. My department's responsible for a number of grants, but Community and Economic Development is responsible for their own grant funding. The police department is responsible for their own grant funding. The county is administering the housing program, so they're separately responsible for this. We do have a grant team that's most of these entities that meet fairly regularly. And we try and keep up with the information, but it does depend on who's available to meet at those dates, whether or not they update their information. So my department is familiar with a lot of it, but it's difficult to regularly meet and get everyone to update the information.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Forkey. Appreciate it.
No problem.
The next item on the agenda, we will interview the finalist to for the downtown master plan. Is someone from Lord, is it Act and Sergeant?
Yes, sir. My name is Bob Beagle. I'm with Lord X Sergeant.
Hey, Mr. Beagle, good morning. Ms. Fields, would y'all like to give us some background before we start? Give me 1 second, Mr. Beagle.
Well, very little, actually. When you considered the downtown master plan, you decided you wanted to interview the 3 top scorers, and we have them on the line for you. They have not, to my knowledge, prepared a presentation, but they're just available for questions.
That's fine, thank you. Ms. Gaskins?
Just here for questions. As Ms. Fields said, we had 10 proposals who submitted a response to the request for proposal for the downtown master plan. We actually identified a PAG who actually interviewed some of those proposals, and today you're going to interview the top 3. You're going to hear from Lord Aiken Sargent. You're going to hear from TWS, and you'll also hear from the Design Workshop Corporation as well. So you have an opportunity to actually ask questions and also be a part of the selection process for those proposals.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gaskins. Mr. Beagle, would you like to introduce yourself and make a statement?
Sure. Sure, real quick. We are excited to be here again. We were actually in front of you all a few months ago, so we won't belabor it, but we are here to answer questions. We are really excited about potential to work in downtown Albany. I believe the city has some great potential. Our firm and our team has already done some work in downtown and at Albany State University. We have a pretty deep experience with historic preservation and downtown planning. And we've really seen that you all have done a lot of work already. Particularly, there are a lot of planned projects downtown. There are several plans that have already been done. So we don't see this as a starting from scratch kind of effort of what downtown Albany wants to be. We think you all have a really good idea and spend a lot of time and energy doing that. So this is really about how do we get it done, and that's why the importance of the market analysis, and we really see that as a development analysis as well. So we have our partners from KB Advisory Group on the phone with us and can also answer questions. So with that, we will be super quick and turn it over to any questions you all may have for us.
Thank you, Mr. Beagle. And also with us this morning, you have...
So we have several people from our team here, just depending on what questions you want to ask. So we have Nidhi Gajar, who's our project manager, works for Lord Axe Sargent. We also have Charles Lawrence with Lord Axe Sargent, who is one of our historic preservation planners and experts. And then we have Gary Mangian from KB Advisory Group, who has actually done some work in downtown in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Bickle. Thank you all for being here. Commissioner Howard, any questions for the representatives of Lord and Sargent?
No question at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. What is the closest city as far as the similarities of a downtown master plan that you guys have done? It's something similar to Albany.
Sure. There's been a few we've done somewhat recently that I would say are somewhat similar. One is downtown Valdosta, which is South Georgia, but on the other side of the state. That's a little bit older, so we did that work about 10 years ago. Very similar kind of city with the in-town university, similar size and population. More recently, we just completed work in Auburn, Alabama, which is a smaller city and a bigger university, obviously, but has some parallels there in terms of a downtown that was trying to figure out how to really enhance what it already had and move itself forward. And we provided, I think, in the past.
Mr. Beagle.
Walls there. Yes, sir.
If you would, could you speak up? You're coming across very low on the Zoom call.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, I think what I'd like to ask, whichever which one that we selected, Mayor, I've seen it to where the, after the selection or after we've chosen one, that the company will actually put up a website where they can get community input on what their impression of the downtown should look like. And I would really like to know if there's any way possible we could do that, or ultimately this is about the citizens. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. That is very common in our planning efforts. We create project websites. We're very big believers in visual communication, so sometimes it's hard for people to say in words what they want, but they see a picture and say, yes, I want something like that. So we believe we definitely would have a separate project website and we'd be very visually focused. And getting community input is fundamental to this effort as far as we're concerned.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yes, I think for me, one of the biggest parts of this master plan is the full market study report. I think when I look downtown, I might have my ideas, another person would have their ideas, but how do you take a downtown right now that I don't know if we're 50% vacant or whatever our percentage is? The city owns a good bit of property downtown that's sitting vacant. How would you go about doing this study to really give us a true report as to what downtown could be? You know, if you don't want to go in a direction and then you have no participants, you want to study and try to understand what's the need so that folks will come, open businesses. So talk about that market study that you've got in your proposal.
Yeah, absolutely. Market is super important. We can draw all the pretty plans we want, but if it's not real, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to let Gary, who's our partner on that, talk about it. We've worked with Gary in a number of similar kind of efforts.
We've worked off and on. First of all, I hope everyone can hear me. We've worked off and on in Albany for probably more than a decade, starting with the tax allocation district back in the early 2000s. Our impression of downtown Albany is that a conventional data-driven market study is not likely to reveal much. Dougherty County is a net importer of retail sales. The problem with downtown is twofold. One is it hasn't really captured a percentage of that retail spending that comes into the county every year. And I think the most significant challenge to downtown is development feasibility, not lack of market. Unfortunately, because your vacancy rate has been so high for so long, the cost of retrofitting downtown buildings to get users in is really, in relation to market rents, is really the problem. So I would see our work as more of a feasibility focus, looking at
specific opportunities, trying to concentrate resources on those opportunities and figuring out ways to make them economically feasible. I think downtown Albany was really founded, the market was based on downtown employment, which in the 80s and 90s was quite significant, and when the downtown employment base left, I think that's what created problems with your vacancy, that plus competition. So typically, we find for downtown areas that you have to replace markets that left with new markets like residents living downtown, creating attractions and reasons for people to go downtown, capturing opportunities like the university, and those kinds of things. So that's what we would focus on.
That's it.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Good morning. I guess the only question I have is, since you all have some familiarity with Albany, what do you see as its, I guess, capacities in terms of its downtown area? I know we want to, attract certain things here, but what do you see as, something that's already here that's a asset or a strength that we could build on?
Yeah, Gary, you might want to talk about that, but I'd also ask maybe Charles, our historic preservation expert, to chime in, because we believe some of your historic resources could be a really big attractor. Gary, you want to start?
Yeah, I really feel that in 2018 to early 2019, you were on the right track. The Flint restaurant, things, you were starting to see investor interest. You're starting to see small business interest in locating downtown. And then, unfortunately, COVID hit. One thing you can't plan for is natural disasters and pandemics. And I really think you were on the right track at that time, and the downtown was starting to see some momentum. The other thing I noticed about Albany is your hospitality market, at least again in 2018 and 2019, because of all the business travel, was actually quite strong. Hotel motel vacancy rates were very low. Even during midweek, again, I'm sure the market's taken a huge hit because of COVID, but I mean, we saw some strengths back then, and I think there was an emerging market of people who wanted to live in downtown. I mean, there was a proposal to construct housing next to your transit center that we looked at again back in 2018, 2019. So, I mean, hopefully those opportunities haven't gone away completely because of COVID. It's only temporary, and they'll come back.
Charles, you want to quickly mention some of the historic resources and the opportunities there, particularly how that can be leveraged into economic development?
Yeah, absolutely, Bob. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully y'all can hear me all right. I think Gary said it really concisely, but just to build on that, the AIA, they predict that nearly half of all architectural commissions are going to be reusing existing buildings. And being in the preservation world that I am, I'm really seeing this. I think as Gary said, the momentum was there when the market globally begins to sort of pick up. I think the interest in those historic buildings and historic resources is gonna get right back to sort of peak. And one of the things that we aim to do here is kind of lay out what some of the financial incentives are for preservation and what some of the strategies might be. But obviously we want to take a good deep look at sort of the resources that you have to develop that further.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate y'all being with us this morning. I want to say this, I won't say it in the next presentations, but after the '94 flood, we had a downtown master plan, and there was a lot of skepticism in the community. And the idea was there's going to be public investment, it's going to be followed by private development. And so what happened was once the public investment ran out, the private money didn't follow. And some of that probably was exacerbated by 2007, 2008, the recession. But what's happened in the last few years, I think, is generally organic. The brewery, the Singfields, bringing the Flint down, excited about that. And like I say, before COVID, I think things were moving in the right direction. But after 2008 into 2020, we've probably had 5, 6 different master plans that impacted downtown in some way. And with that, people start to get, instead of skeptical, they get cynical. And that's what we as a community are facing. And I know a lot of it. I'd like to see a nice men's store downtown. When I came to Albany in February of '87, there were 5 nice men's stores in town. Now there's not a single one. I mean, the economy's moving, and that's what we need a consultant to tell us is what could succeed in downtown. I continue to be an advocate for downtown. I really think, compared to a lot of cities, Albany has a relatively small downtown, which I would think would make the prospects for redevelopment much better. We have some things on the horizon. There's a boutique hotel that plans to come right across the street from us, and the museum has an intention of coming downtown. So those would be 2 of the larger properties that would be occupied. And with that, I mean, I'm just looking for somebody that can put us in the right direction and give us a master plan that incorporates what has been done in recent years and gives us a plan. I was looking at all these last night, basically, that can be implemented. I mean, I think we've all been through this before, where you get a great master plan and we got skyscrapers in Albany. It's not going to happen, but it looks good on paper. And so those are my thoughts. I appreciate y'all making the presentation and appreciate your interest in wanting to work with us.
You bet. And just to close, what I would say is the number one most important thing is to have some good local champions. So very well said what you just said. We agree wholeheartedly.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
The next presentation, I believe, is from TSW. Do we have a representative or representatives from TSW on the line?
Yes, sir. Adam Williamson with TSW here.
Good morning, Mr. Williamson.
Good morning. We're excited to be here today and appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Williamson, did you have a few comments before you answer questions?
Yes, sir. I'd like to just tell you a little bit about our firm. We do architecture, landscape architecture. We do have experience in Albany. We actually were the architects that helped out with the Flint restaurant. We've also done some master planning in the Parks and Rec in the past. And we also think there's a lot of great things you guys have already done in the downtown. And really see this as more of a strategy for implementation. You've done a lot of master planning as you mentioned. And so we think, really looking through all these master plans and determining what the next steps are for implementation is critical. And if you looked at our projects and you asked all the people we worked with, that's what we focus on, is getting things built, because we don't want to have the plan just sitting on the desk there. And so I'd also like to introduce you to our other teammates, and I'd like for them each to just tell you a little bit about their firm. I'll start off with Jeff with KB Advisory.
Morning, everyone. Jeff Koski, president of KB Advisory Group. You heard from Gary Monson, who is also on our team here at KB earlier. We are real estate market analysts, economic development consultants, and unlike some other market analysts, who do just focus on market studies. We often take it a step further, which is why we like to partner with firms such as TSW, in that we're focused on implementation. And we help cities throughout the state of Georgia utilize economic development tools to get their downtowns improved and redeveloped. And so we've got a lot of experience in doing that, and we look forward to bringing that experience to the table here in Albany.
Sam?
Hey, my name is Sam Serio. I'm with Keck and Wood. We're an engineering firm that really focuses on the implementation side of things. Ton of experience in downtown streetscapes, infrastructure improvements. Really, I think what we, would like to play where we foresee ourselves having a major role here is, taking these big ideas and really being able to focus on the feasibility of the implementation side from an engineering perspective. We had an office at one point in Albany before my time when I started here at Keck and Wood, so excited about the opportunity to do work again here in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Serio. Any questions, Commissioner Howard?
Good morning, Mr. Adam. How you do this morning?
I'm doing fine, thank you, sir.
Would you care to elaborate a little more? You say you work with the Flint downtown on Pine Avenue, and the designs of what?
Yeah, we actually, KB Advisory brought us in, and we were doing the architectural design, layout for that area, the facade improvements, elevations, and then the architectural drawings for that project. So we have a lot of experience in other cities and downtowns doing these master plans, but also the follow-up work of taking these smaller buildings and actually renovating those and making them become a usable space. And that's what we did to the city.
So you said you are familiar with the city of Albany, Georgia, right?
Right.
Since we are mainly talking about those individuals coming downtown is the new millennium, looking at the format and the layout of Albany, Georgia, would you say that we need to get some more retail shops downtown, and how can we attract foot traffic to come and patronize these businesses downtown?
Yeah, when we look at downtowns, we really look at a multi-pronged attack, really, because there's not one silver bullet. And so we're really looking at bringing different types of restaurants. Most of the downtowns we work on are restaurant-driven, and then the other pieces play off of that. So then after the restaurant's going to come in and draw people, and then the more the shops can come. There's also, if we can get connectivity to the university or other pieces of the puzzle to bring people downtown easily and comfortably, that's a key piece. And then also just coming up with a way to attract people from the area regionally. Albany is a regional attraction, but can we bring more and more people in there to downtown to help these businesses? Those are some of the key strategies we try to look at. I think the hotel coming would be a great addition. Any pieces of the puzzle that we can bring downtown really will add more life to downtown, and that's kind of a critical piece. I don't know, Jeff, if you want to add anything else.
Absolutely. Let me just build on that a little bit, Adam. As we do our work around the Southeast, what we're seeing and acknowledging that retail is in a challenging period right now. Bricks and mortar retail, with the advent of online retailing, was in a challenging position pre-pandemic, and now coming out of the pandemic, it has more folks have changed their shopping habits to online. It's going to be a continuing challenge to get foot traffic on the streets, as you said, Councilman. What we're seeing working right now, as out of the pandemic, is the same thing we saw working before the pandemic, and it's the 3 F's: food, fitness, and fun. Those are really the concepts that are getting foot traffic in downtown areas. And as Adam said, food is really the cornerstone of that. That could be a restaurant, that could be a brewery, that could be a boutique food shop, wine shop, et cetera. That type of tenant in the commercial space. But also fitness. We're seeing fitness drive a lot of foot traffic in downtown. You know, whether it be a CrossFit type of situation or some other gym that is attracting folks on an hourly basis to their classes is driving foot traffic. And then fun. There's many concepts now that are really, you know, intended to create an experience for a group of people. And we're seeing those things. Escape rooms is an example of one of these things where there are folks that will come in a group, do their experience in the fun side of downtown, and then go have a meal and a drink afterwards. And so they build on each other. So that's just some ideas that we're seeing that we hope to be able to bring to downtown Albany.
Councilman, that's a good example is, you know, the experience, the escape rooms, I haven't done this yet, but the axe throwing, I mean, those types of things where for some reason they're drinking and throwing axes. I don't know if that's always the best idea, but we've seen examples of those type of experiences. So again, I don't think there's a silver bullet. We have to look at multiple scenarios and multiple ideas to attract people downtown to make this successful.
And Mr. Ammon, the final question is that we're in the process that we should get the 2020 census data back. And based on the 2010 data in the city of Albany, Georgia, we lost almost 5,000 individuals migrated to other parts of the state or the country or in the world. And based on just information and what I've heard, that we are going to, when this census of 2020 is finalized in the summer of this year, we're probably going to see a substantial decrease in the population. So, like you said, there's no silver bullet. So, if you are awarded this contract, would you take that into consideration?
Definitely, we'll be looking at all of the census, and I know the census is wrapping up now or done, and they're releasing information. So we'll definitely be looking at that. You know, one of the things that a lot of towns struggle with is people living in downtown. It's not easy to make happen. I think that's one of the things that we promote because it adds that vibrancy. It also gets customers, you know, customers to that retail that are nearby. But one of the things I think we also want to look at, you know, a lot of times from a retail perspective, we'll look at that 5-mile radius. But I believe in an area of Albany is that we can look at a larger area to draw regionally, maybe losing population. But how can we look at making Albany a bigger draw for the region where people come from all over like they historically did back in the day. So, but we definitely will look at that. Jeff, do you want to add to the census data? He runs a lot of those numbers.
We're anxious to get our fingers on the census data to see how it turns out. The other thing that is important as we look at, you know, areas that may be experiencing flat or declining overall population growth is the idea of market segmentation. And that's what we're really, we think downtown can provide an opportunity to segment the market so that while the overall population may not be growing, downtown has an opportunity because of the historic assets, because of all of the assets, including the hospital being there, including the university being there, that downtown can gain a growing market share. So even if the market is stagnant, downtown can get more than its fair share of growth, or actually begin growing from a population standpoint by getting additional residential there. And again, with the hospital being there nearby, with the university being there, those are what we're seeing are two major drivers of residential demand in downtown. Again, it's that idea of meds and right, you've got them there in downtown. And someone asked earlier about the top assets in downtown. And absolutely the university, absolutely the hospital being there, the meds and ed can drive residential growth downtown if we can get a deal done. And therefore downtown can grow its market share even in a stagnant population era.
And Jeff, one final question. That is that I'm pretty sure you have read in some national newspaper or state newspaper that Albany and Dougherty County is one of 140 cities that will lose their MSA because of the lack of population, and that if the federal government approve it, it would be cities of a population of 100-some thousand. Albany is about 25,000 short. So if we lose that MSA, and that means that a lot of federal and state money will not be coming to the city. So you will look at that as a criteria as well, right?
Absolutely.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir, I just asked the same question. What is a similar city or cities closest to Albany, not necessarily in proximity, but closest in size and function that Albany is, that y'all have done a master plan for?
Yeah, we've done quite a bit. Kingsport, Tennessee is similar size, up near Kentucky and Tennessee, has a university and a town on a river. You know, we're currently working in Statesboro. It's close by the university. We're working in Bainbridge, worked in Perry, currently working in Brunswick. In Kennesaw has KSU, a large university, which has done a lot of great things in their downtown. So we've been involved in a lot of master plans and downtown plantation projects in the state of Georgia and in the southeast, and really that's our focus is downtown master planning and how we can get things implemented.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, this is really a subject I could go on and on about. You know, I love downtown, I think, and I've said often, many times, downtown is the heartbeat of any community. I don't care if it's New York City, and I don't care if it's Albany, Georgia. The years I was director of sales at the Hilton Garden Inn, I never had one person come in and ask me where the mall was at. They always ask, where's your downtown? Where's your independent restaurants? I mean, I could go on and on about it. And, you know, downtown, at this day and time, you know, housing is so important. And when you want to live downtown, look how fast-paced Burkeville units over there. You know, the one thing that I would like to see is for the people that live downtown, and we're probably really struggling with this everywhere in Albany, we don't really have a local food market. So when you want to go get you some fresh vegetables, et cetera, you have to get in that car and really downtown and almost park in that car. So I really hope whoever who is on this, I'm excited about this. I love downtown. I watch when the housing come, when the brewery come, when Glenn came, I watched them. I watched those license plates. We were pulling people from all over on the weekends. We can do more than a 5-mile radius. I often think that people think downtown is just that little square block. We could really stretch downtown with the right growth. So I thank you for your time, and I'm excited. Only change I'd really like to see is we really have talked so many years about downtown. I would like to really see us. I am with the mayor. People are getting shot out. I think we're at 17 master plans now for downtown, and I'd love to see one that we could really get our arms around and get the community into it, and let's just do it. Thank you.
I agree with you 110%. We love downtowns. I grew up in a small downtown in Georgia, and it is the heartbeat of the community. And it's important to make downtown as good as you can make it to attract people from all over.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yes, so, again, I think I said this earlier, I believe the market analysis is obviously the thing you gotta do first before you launch into any kind of plan. And obviously, even in both of y'all's proposals, market analysis is one of the larger parts of the money, in terms of the overall. So in your proposal, under market analysis, there were 2 bullet points. One says to draw conclusions about the potential, and one said formulate strategies to activate vacant buildings. To me, those are 2 powerful statements. So how will you draw conclusions, and how will you formulate strategies to activate our vacant buildings?
I'll let Jeff start this off. He created that high fee, by the way. I want to.
You get what you pay for, I think. In terms of drawing conclusions, I mean, the process is really, in terms of a typical market analysis, is really looking closely at supply and demand of real estate. So that's the research and analysis part that is necessary before drawing conclusions. You've got to do a lot of research. We spend our days crunching numbers, and that's what we'll be doing in order to lead to those conclusions, is crunching numbers and thinking about where demand comes from. And a lot of the discussion this morning has been about demand drivers, and that's what we'll be examining. Where can we draw demand from? And as the councilwoman said, 5 miles is probably not going to do it, because as Adam has continued to say, that Albany is a regional draw. Downtown Albany should and could be a regional draw. I mean, it is a regional. It could be more of a draw. So the scale of the demand from each portion, each market segment, as I mentioned earlier, will add up to what we think is feasible, and then obviously comparing that to the supply that is there is really kind of how a market study should work. But the second piece is just as important, and that's really, again, that feasibility idea that Gary mentioned earlier. It's not just to say there's demand out there. How do you capture that demand, and where does it go, and what's it going to take to sustain the demand? And a lot of that has to do with site-specific answers, right? And what building, what location, as they say in real estate, location, location, location. You can't do everything everywhere. You've got to focus the attention and figure out what you can be successful at, and then figure out where you can be successful with it. And then that's where, again, our work is into the feasibility of redevelopment. So given the demand, given the market where it is, given who we expect to attract here, what do the development economics look like? And that's, a team effort to understand the development economics, to understand the costs that are going to be associated with redevelopment, et cetera, to understand what's feasible and at what scale. So we get involved in kind of both sides of that coin.
And the way we usually approach this is Jeff and his team will get their market analysis complete, and then we like to do a charrette with the entire team, Sam, the city, council, if mayor, if they're interested, and really sit down and come up with a plan as a team of what's feasible. And if it's not feasible, it won't get implemented, and come up with a realistic plan that you guys, it's really, it's the most important thing is for the council and the mayor to be behind this plan 110%. And that's when things get done. When we can get the people to make the decisions behind the plan, and we come together and we create a feasible plan based off of this market study is so critical, and that's where I've seen things really happen, and big things come to downtown.
Yeah, one topic I wanted to just discuss real quickly. You mentioned Bainbridge. I toured their downtown maybe a year or two ago. One thing that the strategy they used, and I don't see that happening here, is pretty much every second floor they had a strategy of putting apartments in. And I remember the time I toured, they were just continually pointing out, this one's being renovated, this one's being renovated, we got apartments going here, when I think of Albany, we have the one loft apartments, which is all one unit, but outside of that one unit, none of our second floors of our buildings are apartments. Do you see residential housing like that, or I don't know if you're a part of that Bainbridge strategy? Is that something that you believe is critical to get more people living in downtown?
That would be a strategy we'd look at. You know, Bainbridge is also bringing in, doing a park and also bringing in some new apartments. So we would probably be looking at both of those options to see if it works, if that makes sense to you guys. But we definitely think, you know, the more people we can get living downtown, again, the more people you get living downtown, the more households we can get. You can maybe get that grocery store, get that more retail as it builds up. Jeff, you want to add anything?
No, I think you said it there, Adam. The big idea is that retail follows rooftop, right? And even if you're talking about a second floor unit or a multifamily new building, each unit is considered a rooftop in my book. And so the more rooftops you have nearby, the more retail is feasible. And again, I think residential downtown starts to make sense, and we've got a lot of looking to do at it. But given you know where the demand drivers are, there sure seems to be opportunity to have more rooftops downtown.
What I also found is just, you know, vibrancy. It comes from people living downtown, and vibrancy attracts other people, and those other people attract more people. And so that's kind of how we look at it. It's just a way to capture more people into downtown.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
You're welcome.
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Gentlemen, I thank y'all for being with us. I mean, I am excited about this, but I want this plan to be something we can stick with for years and follow and I mean, not put on the shelf. I mean, I think you're on the right track when we have to have a process where we basically entertain proposals that the public might have, as well as ideas that you as professionals might have, and then prioritize what we can really do. I mean, the one thing in the city of Milledgeville, they have a Barnes and Noble downtown that also serves as a university bookstore. You know, I know we have a Books A Million, and whether or not we could have the ASU bookstore and Books A Million right downtown, that is something that people go to Books A Million to 9 and 10 o'clock, drinking coffee, just walking around looking at the books, and the inventory. We also need to coordinate this plan with the Harlem District. I don't know if you're aware of that. We're also working on a plan for the Harlem District, which I think is probably outside the bounds of this plan, but we need to be hand in glove with that. I think back in the original plan, there were going to be these sidewalks that were different colors, pink, green, beautiful. I've seen them before, but of course, when it came time to build those sidewalks, they were, I mean, the concrete sidewalks are just a fraction of what, but that is the allure of it. And one thing now, we're about to place our infrastructure underground downtown. So that is something we could look at again. I mean, if you want to have a downtown, it is difficult to justify spending that kind of money, but that is what makes, I believe, a downtown unique. We all go to Thomasville frequently. It's such an appealing downtown. It's got character, and I think there's just so much room for improvement. And like it's been pointed out, I think there was some momentum before COVID, and we just need to pick that back up. Because it goes without saying that you have to have density of retail and some synergy. The gentleman that owns the downtown restaurant, some nights he has 10, some nights 20 guests who are staying at the Hilton Garden. If we have a second hotel, that number gets to be 20 guests or 40 guests from downtown visitors. And that could be the difference of the restaurant and the brewery being in the red and the black. So, I mean, some of this is happening, but what we need is a plan to give us guidance and direction for the future.
I agree with what you said, Mayor. We appreciate the opportunity to be in front of the mayor and council, and we'd love to work with you and your city.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Thank you, Ms. Serio. Mr. Koski, we appreciate y'all being with us. Did you want to say something, Mr.?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Walters.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Mr. Walters with Design Workshop,
We're also glad to be here.
is that correct?
Yes, sir, we're Design Workshop.
Okay, and would you like to make a comment before we ask questions? Thank you.
You bet. One, we're very happy to be in front of you today. It's a great opportunity, we think, to really build off of what so many places are trying to do, which is to connect their downtown to the future, to reconnect young people, to energize it with new folks living there and shopping there, and then, you know, also to connect it to natural resources and being on the Flint River there, and that opportunity associated with that riverfront is truly awesome. So we feel like it fits with who we are. We're a firm that has worked across the country on similar assignments. We do master planning, we do fiscal analysis, we do economic modeling, we do market research, but we also design parks and streetscapes and open spaces, as well as prepare design guidelines, branding, signage, and wayfinding for town. So we feel like we have a really multidisciplinary group that can cover a lot of, and that can think both at the strategic level, the visionary level, as well as on the ground with things that actually are implementable. A hallmark of our process is the community engagement side of things. We appreciate that there's planning fatigue there, and there's nothing more frustrating than having plans that don't get executed. And we would, if we were asked to join with you on this, we'd want to be really careful to make sure that we understand all the work that's been done to date, to put it into a context that enables us to build off of it. And then we would want to design a community engagement process that hopefully re-energized people, and that really, built the grassroots support behind this, that really built, from up in many ways, energy and investment in manpower to help make this project get some momentum, get some belief behind it, and carry it forward. I have two people with me, Chris Geddes and Claire Hempel, who will help me answer your questions.
Commissioner Howard, any questions for Mr. Walters or other presenters?
No question. Mr. Mayor, let me ask you a question right quick.
Yes, sir.
Question. But how will this affect, will affect, since, have you heard anything else about another hotel that's going in at Old Sears building?
No. I think the museum actually has control of that property. Isn't that correct, Ms. Gaskins? Yes.
No, I mean, not the Best building, but the Sears building out in the mall.
Oh. No, that's the Downtown Development Authority wouldn't have any.
No, I just want to ask her, have she heard
okay.
the
Ms.
name
Gaskins?
of that was coming?
I have not been privy to that information.
Okay.
You're referring to the locations out by the mall?
Right, it's the Old Sears building.
I have not heard any updates on that location. It sounds, Nathan, you might have information?
In the process of filing a subdivision plat of that property, and the Sears building will be demolished.
Okay, so do you know the name of the hotel? That's
No,
too
sir,
early.
and the plan, as I understand it, is to bring in a flag-type hotel.
Okay, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions.
if I could, I'm sorry, Commissioner Howard, that was the Belks building that the museum has. I'm sorry, you said the Sears building. I'm sorry. Commissioner Fletcher,
No question.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yes, I had a question. So looking through your proposal, you got a good bit of discussion about community engagement. So how do you balance community engagement where we say, we want 5 restaurants, we want a Sky Zone, we want this, and how do you balance community engagement with the reality of the market and the whole market analysis? How do you balance those two?
You bet. Well, and we can all speak to this. The community engagement part of this is so important because, again, someone had mentioned it before, there is questions about whether anything's going to be acted on. There's not as much momentum as you would like. And there are resources in the community that can be brought to bear to help move the project forward. So their support, their input into what the character of the place could be, what their needs are, what Albany is all about, and where it goes is a pretty important data point for us to begin to build a story that can move downtown plan forward into the future. But we balance that with our analytical research. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that are fixed, right? There's streets, there's buildings, there's an existing public realm, there are market dynamics, and other things that the community won't necessarily have the time or the resources to investigate on their own. So we have to bring those to them and help frame a discussion that will enable us to get their input on the parts that we believe bring in a lot of soul, believe will bring in a lot of momentum and a lot of participation. Claire, Chris, do you have any other thoughts on that? You're both on mute.
Yeah, Glenn, I think just to follow up on that, when we talk to communities, I think that there are 2 things. One is we believe that being candid is important. We don't want to, whitewash things or, make things up to make people feel good about, the place. I think it's important to give people the facts and make sure they understand what the status of the place is today. And I think another thing that we do is we ask the right kinds of questions. Your average community member doesn't understand necessarily economic development and the market forces at play. So we don't ask them what they think will be in downtown. We will ask them what they would like to see in downtown, and then follow up in determining how we can get those uses into downtown. And again, that's being candid. Jobs come first, housing comes second, and retail comes third. And so, really building on those forces to create a place that business wants to come is important.
Mm-hmm. And after all, it's their downtown, right? It's not ours. And so the reason why we spend a lot of time in our proposals talking about that, and the reason why we spend a lot of time refining our techniques around community engagement so that it is productive, is because we recognize that it's the people that live there that are the most important part of this process. And through their pride and effort, through their expression of their own place, it makes it more attractive for other people to want to join in. So we just think it's a fundamental component. And one of the things too that was mentioned before was just questions about, where's our money going with all of this? And so what we will do is not only include the community in the discussions at the beginning of the project where the narrative is built, where the story for Albany's future is built, but we will also engage them in helping us prioritize the critical spending on the project. Where in the public realm should we pile our initial investment and those sorts of things. And once again, that just builds a lot of clarity and a sense of purpose in the community.
All right, so there is a,
Just to add on to what Chris was saying earlier, about asking the right questions and going back to the original question. So the public might be asking for this specific restaurant and this specific place to shop, but the questions we would ask is digging deeper into those desires and understanding why they might be wanting those things. Is it because it harkens back to something they remembered, which would indicate that we need to look and design further into placemaking? Or is it about creating jobs because they understand that it was enlivening the downtown? So that's really what we want to dig into the levels that go beyond the surface asks and the surface questions, which would then help drive the process and ultimately the planning alternatives that we present to the public for their informed decision making.
okay, cool, thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Thank you for appearing this morning. Just wanted to say, do you have any, I guess, experience working, I guess, with cities that have a large African-American population?
We do, and it's something that we are really orienting ourselves to. We're as a company, we're making great efforts to expand our diversity and are investing in ways to support African American universities that have landscape architects so that we can expand the possibilities of them joining us in the future. We are conducting internships that support minority groups and bringing them into our offices to provide learning experiences. We're shaping our community engagement processes around the idea that we need to reach all sectors of the community. And, you know, we are building our experiences there. I've recently had an assignment in Hot Springs, Arkansas, around their downtown with neighborhood revitalization. We've got, you know, projects Northwest Detroit where we work with the neighborhood there on a revitalization project. So we do have that experience, we're building it, and we are also very sensitive to, you know, conducting those processes in a way that that makes everybody feel comfortable.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Walters, I think you're spot on your idea about reconnecting the community to downtown and the river. But, you know, I would like to see that these prior master plans weren't a waste of money, that we can incorporate whatever is realistic and positive into this plan that eventually will come out of this process. I do want to explain to you, we got off track a little when Commissioner Howard, we have a mall here in Albany, and I think the mall always had 4 anchor tenants, one of which was Sears, and with the bankruptcy of Sears, Commissioner Howard was pointing out that there are obviously, I mean, reportedly, I did not know that, plans to build a hotel right out there on the mall property. One thing, when I was running for office, I was astonished. We have almost 1,000 beds in Northwest Albany. If you go out there on the weekend, Olive Garden, Outback, these restaurants are packed, and most of the people are from a 40-mile radius. Albany is a commercial hub, but how many of those people come downtown is almost negligible. And of course, I understand we've got to have something to offer down here. I'm a little concerned in the planning process, these games, you know, you get into community engagement and then somebody says, well, you need to have a Ferris wheel downtown. Well, and then you don't incorporate their idea and they get offended. But we do have some positive things. I think we have a boutique hotel that's coming. The museum is going to relocate downtown in the next few years. But I guess What we really have to do is find out, A, the two markets we have, people that live in Albany and Lee County, convincing them to come back downtown, and then that market area that we have, probably a 40-mile radius from town, when those folks come to Albany to shop and dine out, that they consider coming downtown.
Yes, sir. You know, we've had the luxury of listening to the whole conversation so far, and one of the things that occurred to me as that was going on was your point about the existing plans, and we worked on a project. Well, we do this in every project, but we worked on a project in Hilton Head where there was actually 21 plans that had been done for this one corridor, and we asked for them at the beginning. Everybody, all that everybody could talk about was how many plans had been done for this corridor, and why are we doing this again? And it wasn't until like the last month of the project that somebody actually gave those to us, and they were all good, you know. And so the question became really not, you know, how do we decide on what the good parts of all these plans were, so that we can not have to reinvent the wheel, not have to reinvent the process. And I think that's going to be really important here to build that community trust again about the value of this exercise, to build off of what you have already, to go through a decision-making process that enables those things that are the most attractive to move forward, right? It's maybe not necessarily creating a whole new plan in many cases. And then the other thought that occurred to me was just this notion of critical mass, that, you know, the vibe happens really kind of in a small footprint. You know, that place that people come to and go, wow, that was really, you know, cool. I wish we had one of those where we live, can happen on a really small footprint. And one strategy may be, you know, to just think about it in, you know, where can we pile in the most about what we want to express Albany as being the most opportunities from an economic and market standpoint, and show, you know, in implementation change, right? And then from that change and that investment, you can build off of that to expand into your downtown.
Yeah, Glenn, I would just add, you know, I think that you're right. You know, getting residents downtown is important, getting visitors downtown is important. And I think one thing to think about is people are what draw people to places. So if you don't have if you don't have a reason to come downtown, if you're not going to have that social kind of experience, you're going to stick at Olive Garden at the mall, because that's where you're getting the folks. So having, you know, building that momentum and that experience downtown is really important. You've got a really strong asset across the river in the university, and providing opportunities to get those students and those faculty and staff into downtown on a regular basis will draw more people downtown, because, you know, it will feel like there are things happening. People want to be where the happen is. So, you know, even thinking about downtown as, you know, in the city, encouraging business development. So how do you go out and recruit that next great restaurant? How do you go out and recruit, you know, that next hotelier? A lot of it is really doing the groundwork within the city and economic development to draw those users downtown. That will then foster that excitement about I have to go, you know, to that new barbecue place because it's the best, you know, in the region. So I think those are things to think about, and it's not just waiting for things to happen. It's really providing opportunity, encouraging those things to happen, to actually bring people together.
I live in Asheville, where the brewery scene here and the vibe has really become exponential in terms of people's awareness of it and people coming here and being drawn to it. And what's really interesting is a lot of cities, a lot of towns are taking the breweries that we have here and allowing them to open new, you know, encouraging them, promoting them, whatever they're doing to get them to open locations in their city. So they're actually taking the brand of a brewery and bringing it into their own downtown as an economic development. So I think, to Chris's point, this recruitment idea is really important. You know, finding the kinds of businesses and the kind of business owners that will really help express the direction that Albany wants to go to, and working hard to get them in the spaces that exist downtown is probably a strategy that could be part of this.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. We appreciate y'all being with us this morning.
You bet.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is consideration of a recruitment consultant to assist in the search for a city manager. We have representatives of GHR on the line.
Is that GovHR?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
I thought it was Gov. GH. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Smith. Ms. Lewis?
Ann Lewis from Baker Tilly.
Would you like to make a few comments?
Absolutely. I'm sorry. GovHR.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Good morning, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Daly Loman Smith. I'm a Senior Vice President with GovHR. I'm based out of Metro Atlanta, and it's a pleasure to be able to present to you and to be under consideration to help you find your next city manager. As you saw in our proposal, we've got significant experience in recruiting for this particular position. At least 42 senior local government administrators in just the past several years, as well as multiple recruitments here in Georgia, including multiple ongoing recruitments here in Georgia. Nearly 30% of our clients are repeat clients, which we believe is the highest indicator of satisfaction and the quality of our services. We offer a pretty well tread process, which can also be customized to the needs and desires of the city with opportunities like stakeholder engagement and community engagement, surveys, and the like, depending on what your needs are for this particular role. And in addition to myself, we have a full complement of support staff, including a recruitment coordinator and reference specialists and other staff who would be assigned along with me were you to select our firm. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have that were not answered in our proposal. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, did you have any comments?
Good morning. My name is Ann Lewis. I'm a director with Baker Tilly. I've served local government nearly 20 years in different capacities in a city, 2 cities that were home to universities, as well as one of the largest counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're passionate about candidates with communities, and we believe that where we serve best and make the most difference in people's lives is at the local level. Our firm has conducted nationwide recruitment, generally regional in nature, all across, serving communities all across the United States for nearly 30 years. Our recent recruitments in Georgia include Fulton County, Georgia, and DeKalb County, Georgia. Our team is diverse, as well as our larger Baker Tilly family. We believe in diversity at work and in the work that we do in cultivating diverse candidate pools. I too am happy to answer any questions that you might have that our recruitment proposal did not answer for you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Howard?
Mayor, if I can, we're kind of switching companies here.
Oh,
so we might want to let the other one do their presentation.
I'm sorry.
And then do questions.
Oh, excuse me, Ms. Lewis.
We're kind of
I'm
getting
sorry.
landed in.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Ms. Lewis. I should not have, I apologize. Ms. Smith? Any questions for Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Howard? Can we take Ms. Lewis off the screen or not? I thought they were partners. I mean, my bad, my mistake. Commissioner Howard, any questions for Ms. Smith?
Good morning, Ms. Smith. How you do?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine. Can you go back and say how many cities that your firm have worked with in the last 10 years? Is this southeastern region or nationwide?
Ooh, wow. I don't have that count immediately available. I know in our proposal we detail that. There are a great number of them. I broke out by the relevant position, deputy, city and county managers, and city and county managers, and we've done 42 of those particular recruitments since 2018. We've done a great deal of work in the Southeast, including numerous recruitments in Georgia, Florida, Virginia, and the like. I'm currently working with clients in both Florida and Virginia, multiple clients there. So we've done, and I have worked personally in local government for years here in Georgia, and have professional contacts with regard to that, having worked in county government and with local government clients here in Georgia. So if you'd like me to take the time to break that out, I'd be happy to do that, but we have them detailed in great length in our proposal.
I would appreciate that. And if your firm is selected, would you do Zooms or you do virtual for the candidates?
So we do a number of things in terms of how we interact with our candidates. Once we receive applications, we go through and review every single applicant that we receive in great detail to ensure that they meet your minimum requirements. We identify those who are the most highly competitive, and then we engage them in a Zoom, a virtual interview initially as an initial screening before presenting them to the City Commission. At that point, it is up to you how you would like to proceed, whether that would take place virtually or in person. Typically, we wait until the field has been narrowed some before bringing in candidates to meet you in person. That just helps to control costs. And while we've been in this pandemic, we have adapted and been able to very successfully shift to all virtual and been able to find some fantastic candidates for our clients in that way. But now that we're moving back into kind of the normal course of business, we are able to engage in person as well, but we don't foresee that happening until closer to the end of the process.
Thank you, Mayor. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, I think I'm gonna get this question right, and it'll really be for every one of our candidates. With all of the work that you've done, is there a scale of success rate that y'all have brought to the cities or counties that you've worked with? You know, after you've worked with the city or county and you picked somebody and they've been chosen, is there a way we could say how, I guess success rate is the simple term I'm looking for.
Certainly. So based on our data, out of 286 placements, 89% of those candidates remained in their positions for at least 3.5 years, many for longer than that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Have a great day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yes, Ms. Smith. So quick question. So obviously you, along with probably other firms, you have the typical LinkedIn, you know, all the various connection points that are out there. What else do you do, aside from the normal sites or what have you, to ensure we're getting candidates recruited or getting applications put in?
Certainly, great question. We have relationships with all of the major associations in the profession, which include, of course, ICMA, National Forum for Black Public Administrators, Local Government Hispanic Network, League of Women in Government, emerging leaders, emerging government leaders. So there are a variety of organizations that we're able to reach out to and place ads. We maintain our database of highly qualified candidates, of course. We help you all as clients identify a best fit for you, but what that means is that there are many other qualified candidates who you were not able to hire since there was just one position. So we maintain that database of highly qualified candidates that we can go out to as well to ask them to consider your opening. We also have another subscription service that we use that allows us to reach out directly to hundreds of leaders in this profession when we have these types of recruitment so that they can also apply.
Okay. And I guess once you get the mass batch of applications, what do you recommend that I guess you guys would do a dozen interviews, 10 interviews, and then you would then present to this commission 5 or 6? Like what is kind of your strategy to get us to a smaller number?
Certainly. So we typically will do a dozen max. I mean, it just depends on the caliber and number of applicants that we've received, but we can do around a dozen, a good number, of screening interviews. What we present to you then typically is a list of those recommended, the top recommended candidates. We give you breakdowns in terms of their background and the initial screening that we put them through and a pretty thorough recruitment profile. And we'll walk you through that in whatever forum is required by city ordinance, whether it's in a closed session or in a public meeting. And we can answer any questions. We typically do presentations on each, detailed presentations on each of our top recommended candidates and answer any questions that you have at that point, and then determine whom you would like to interview or take through the paces of the next step of the process. So we'll guide you through all of that. We also provide information on all of the other applicants, even those who are not recommended, in case there is someone that appeals to you that you would like to consider. So you still have that opportunity. We can complete the bulk of the work in reviewing and analyzing the candidates and their fit for the organization.
Okay. And then you have a schedule in your proposal. You're proposing about a 14-week process. Is that pretty typical for our size and size of a city?
Yes, it's very typical. That can, depending on what your timing expectations are, that can be slightly shorter or a little bit longer, again, based on your needs. There's some pretty set parts of that timeline in terms of doing background checks and reviews of each of the candidates. So those parts are slightly less flexible than some of the other, which could, of course, as I mentioned in my introductory comments, could include stakeholder interviews, internal or external surveys or the like.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Absolutely.
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Thank you for appearing before us this morning. I don't have any specific questions right now, Mayor.
Ms. Smith, let me apologize for recognizing Ms. Lewis. I thought, the presentation, I thought y'all were on the same team. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
And now, let me ask, it's interesting, we kind of need to be shepherded through this process, and obviously a concern we all have is how do you interview people in this, subject to the restraints we're all under with the pandemic, and I think you've answered that. The 89% rate is quite impressive, and that would indicate that you have some process of matching applicants to the local government position under consideration.
Yes.
Can you explain how that, I see these personality profiles and these other things. What's involved in making that assessment?
Great question. So we really rely upon, we're a firm of experienced local government professionals ourselves. Our president is a retired city manager, and the majority of us who serve as recruiters have extensive experience in local government as well. So we have a deep understanding of what that fit can look like. We also ensure at the outset of the recruitment to engage with the client in great detail so that we can understand what those expectations are. And as I referred to those stakeholder interviews, that would, if you were interested, include one-on-one interviews with each of you as city commissioners. It could include interviews with the direct reports to the manager, with partners in the community, about what their needs and expectations are for this position, since it is a highly visible role and will require a great deal of collaboration and partnership with those positions. So in engaging in that process, we're able to get a really firm handle on what quote-unquote fit looks for you, and apply our expertise to present you an assortment of possibilities that you can choose from. What I like to say is that we want to make it as difficult a decision for you as possible by presenting a variety of well-qualified candidates, any of whom could serve you well. And we've been successful in doing that.
And if I understand you correctly, Ms. Smith, obviously you're going to review the applications that you receive.
Yes.
But you said that also you have maintained contact with qualified candidates, so if John or Jane Doe was a city manager in Rome and didn't apply for the job, but you thought John or Jane Doe might be a good fit for the job, you would contact he or she to see whether or not they might be interested.
Exactly. We maintain, our professional networks are a big part of this, which is why I think it's a bonus to you all that a large portion of my professional local government career has been in Georgia, and there is a network to draw from in that regard. But yes, we have clients from around the country. This profession is a pretty small world. There may be 2 or 3 degrees of separation when you get down to it. So we have a stable of candidates that we reach out to directly when we identify that there are individuals who might be a good fit for a client's role.
And just for clarification again, Ms. Smith, what you're saying is that there would be a group of that you call top recommended. It could be from 5 to 12 of the applicants.
Yes.
And it would be up to the city commission to interview any or all of that group.
absolutely, however many that you choose
Yes, and
from among that group.
And Commissioner Warmington had made the point in the earlier meeting, well taken, that there might be somebody, Jane or John Doe, the city manager of Rome, who might be an excellent candidate, but let's say he or she didn't make the top recommended because somebody with GovHR concluded, well, he or she doesn't have experience in a town the size of Albany. But so you would,
Right.
I mean, we would still get that information so that we could, even if Jane or John Doe is not on the top recommended, we could tell you, Ms. Smith, we want to interview Jane or John Doe.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is your decision. We are a facilitator to help you all identify the candidate that you believe will best serve the city of Albany.
Okay, well,
So, absolutely, you'll get all of that information,
yeah, I mean-
and you can interview whichever candidates you choose.
yes, I mean, the concern, I think, was that if we completely delegate the selection process to the consultant, then we might limit review of who the applicant pool. So, but I appreciate that.
Certainly.
Thank you for being with us, Ms. Smith.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Is Ms. Lewis still with us?
Yes, I am.
I apologize, Ms. Lewis. We went through the recreation. I was thinking, but I have Baker Tilly's proposal. I apologize. And so, did you want to make your statement again? I'm sorry.
No problem at all, sir. I can go straight to questions if that would be easier in consideration of your time.
Okay. And you, Ms. Lewis, are in Virginia?
That's correct. My office is in, excuse me, Northern Virginia. We have offices in Minnesota, Texas, Missouri as well.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Howard, questions for Ms. Lewis?
No question at the time.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yes, Ms. Lewis, just looking through your proposal, you talk about a proprietary management assessment. What do you have, I guess the proprietaries you may not want to reveal to, but what do you have to help kind of weed through candidates and bring us the best candidates to us?
So one of the assessments that we utilize is a talent assessment, whereby during the early portion of our recruitment, we ask each of you to identify the strengths and abilities that you would like your next Chief Administrative Officer to have. We then will aggregate those results. Then when the finalists are brought before you, they will have completed a similar assessment whereby they identify their own strengths and abilities in this area. And we overlay the aggregate results with the individual finalist results and determine if there are any gaps. If there are, it's not a win-lose, it's a how do we frame interview questions around those gap areas to better understand how a candidate will fit with your organization. That's the talent assessment that we utilize in our recruitment process.
Okay. I see you have a list of places that you would advertise. Any input or any discussion around how you go about getting all the applicants that we want to look at?
Certainly. So, you know, advertising is one method to indicate that Albany has a position open, but we also have a database of highly qualified candidates, as well as utilize a procurement service to provide additional reference mailing lists. However, we rely on our networks. We recognize that many folks in this profession are busy working, and now more than ever during this period of the pandemic, and they may not be looking for a position. However, when we describe, when we do our direct outreach, when we make these phone calls to people in the profession, and describe what Albany has to offer, what the opportunities there are here, and what I've heard this morning with the downtown development, and obviously with what is happening, or having museums and universities and higher education, people that want to live down your airport, your transit. There is a lot that Albany has to offer. And so when we describe these leap opportunities that they may experience should they be selected as the next chief administrative officer, we encourage them to apply and oftentimes have great success in that area. We also are involved in ICMA, all of our state organizations, as well as the other organizations that are active in local government. I myself am very involved in the Virginia chapter of Women Leading Government. We are in the National Forum for Black Public Administrators, having even supported them in a program. It's important to us to reach out to candidates who may not have been aware of the position and make them aware that this opportunity exists.
Yeah, you make a good point there, Ms. Lewis. You have those who are looking, who have multiple dozens of applications out, and then you have those who aren't looking, and sometimes those are the diamonds in the rough that until they see the opening, then they decide to put in for it. But yeah, those are all good points. And then you talked about in the proposal, you're at about 120 days, which is about 3 months. So you feel comfortable with a 3 to 4 month process?
We do. We'll develop a timeline at the onset, and we work with you and make adjustments as we move forward, understanding that things may appear before Albany that require us to shift a little bit. What we really like to do is leave ample time at the onset to develop that marketing brochure, to interview each of you so we have a better understanding of what you're looking for and can put together a very attractive marketing brochure and enough time to advertise and allow candidates to put forward a very robust application package. But we can modify our timeline as we move forward with the recruitment. But we like onset so everyone understands what the expectations are, what the timeline is, and then can reserve time on the calendar. Obviously, as we move forward to these warmer months, some folks are thinking about vacation or taking some time off, that we want to make sure that all of you are available for that interview process when it comes to that time in the recruitment.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Ms. Lewis, I appreciate you being with us. And I'm just kind of interested. Obviously, you advertise in the professional journals and on the website. There's a position available. And how do you make the decision about contacting individuals on, I think you said, your database, that this job in Albany, Mr. Doe might be a good fit for you?
So in our database, really what we do is cast a wide net. We ask our database folks if they are interested or if they may know of someone who is interested. That we propose or present them with a marketing brochure so that they have an understanding of what is available in Albany, but that word of mouth is another way to develop an applicant pool. It's not just the folks that might be on our mailing list, but those people that they may know. You know, there are times when there are managers in transition, and there are very robust state networks that will rely on their professional colleagues to alert them of other positions that become available as well.
Earlier, you said Baker Tilly is a nationwide recruitment firm, generally regional in nature. I assume that means that even though you work throughout the United States, typically if you place someone in a local government in the Southeast, that person's from the Southeast, or not?
I'm sorry. It's typical, but not always. You know, there may be an interest in why someone may want to relocate to the area. Again, we do a nationwide search because someone may have moved away from their hometown, so to speak, and is looking to move back to their hometown, but they're currently located in Texas. We recently placed a candidate from Virginia to Texas because they have family there. That is a strong draw for people and generally will reflect in their interest in staying in that area of the country as well because they have strong ties.
Okay. So, I mean, what you meant by that, I guess, is that typically when people relocate, it's in the same region of the country.
It's typical. I mean, we will conduct a nationwide search, but it will be generally regional in nature because there's going to be an interest, let's say even as an example, in the retirement system. Once candidates become vested in a retirement system, they may want to stay so that they get the full retirement out of that state system. But people move across the country for various reasons, but we find generally a regional approach is very successful.
Okay. Thank you for being with us, Ms. Lewis. And again, I apologize for the mix-up on the front end.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
And from Strategic Government Resources, is Mr. Peterson with us?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. This is Jennifer Fadden with SGR, and Bill Peterson is also joining us via phone. I am not able to turn on my video. I'm sorry. It's not allowing me to turn it on. The host has stopped it.
Okay. Commissioner Howard, any questions for Ms. Fadden? Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yes, so in your proposal, you talk about your e-newsletter and your targeted emails. You want to kind of talk about how you use those items to recruit candidates?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello, good to see all of you. So SGR maintains an opt-in subscriber database of over 51,000 people. So much like the other firms that you talked to today, we have a network of people in the profession that are potentially job seekers or are just interested in the offerings of SGR. And so our subscriber database are folks that want to get those notifications, and every Tuesday morning they get a newsletter in their inbox, which will include all of our job recruitment. So this position will be seen by those 51,000 people right off the bat. Of those 51,000 people, about 6,300 have specifically indicated that they are interested in city management opportunities. And so we will do additional follow-up with those individuals who are looking at this type of position, or they may know of folks who are looking for this type of position. I would also mention that SGR has done recruitment for the city of Albany. Most recently, your fire chief recruitment in 2018 was completed by our firm and Bill Peterson specifically. We placed Chief Scott there, and then we also completed, through Bill's engagement with you all, your Human Resources Director recruitment and your Chief Information Officer recruitment as well. So we're very familiar with your community.
All right, and I think you talk about in your proposal of a strategy of interviewing 12 candidates, narrowing it down to 12, and then from there you would bring a certain number to us at that point.
That's correct, sir. Typically, how we will manage our methodology is once the position has closed and we have evaluated all of the candidates who have applied, we will present to you that entire candidate pool. We want you to be aware of all of the individuals that have applied for the position in the event that there are people in your community or folks that you are familiar with, you will have that knowledge and awareness that they've applied for this position. We will spend the most time, obviously, on the highest probability candidates, and initially that's about a dozen people. We will do further evaluation of those folks' leadership style, their background. We will do a full media evaluation so that you are aware early on in the process if there's anything that could be questionable or not in alignment with your community's values. You will know about that very early on in the process so that you don't invest too much time in those particular individuals. Once we work through and evaluate those candidates, then we recommend approximately 5 finalists come on site and see the community, take tours, meet with the staff, meet with community stakeholders, and obviously spend time interviewing with the city commission.
All right, and then one paragraph that I thought was interesting was what you call media searches. We've all heard the story of you get to the final candidate and some news story surfaces from 5 years ago or 3 years ago. Talk about that and how you can make sure we're protected or any red flags are caught early instead of later in the process.
Yes, sir. We take our responsibility of vetting candidates very seriously. We are all on our team, former local government officials ourselves. I was city manager for 10 years. Mr. Peterson was a fire chief for many years. We understand you don't want to be surprised. And so the 12 individuals that we identify as the highest probability candidates, we will do a full evaluation of anything that is publicly available anywhere online in any community where those candidates have lived or worked. And it goes as far back as that information exists. So you will be aware of anything that exists on those candidates where they have lived or worked. When you narrow it down to your 5 or so finalists that you want to bring to the community and want to get to know on a much more in-depth basis, we will do a stage 2 media search. In that evaluation, we are going to study those finalist candidates' social media as well. It's not often, but occasionally people live a totally different life on social media, and that's something that you want to be aware of as you evaluate those candidates as well. So all of those findings will be presented to you so that you have that information prior to meeting with any of those finalists.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it.
Mr. Langstaff.
Question?
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Ms. Fadden, this service guarantee, so if we hire somebody or we go through the process and none of the finalists are acceptable, we start over again?
That's correct, sir. If you get down to the last candidates and decide that the right fit for Albany is not in that group, we start the process all over again. In addition, once you do make that hiring decision, if that final candidate that you hire that comes on board should separate from your community anytime based on their decision or your decision within 18 months of that hire date, we will repeat the process for you again for no additional professional fee.
Okay.
And I might mention, this came up a little bit earlier, we also track our tenure and placement rate with our candidates. And in the last 3 years, 91% of the candidates that we have placed in the city manager role are still in that job. And when you look back 8 years, the candidates we've placed in city manager roles over the last 8 years, 81% of them are still either remained in that community or are still there today.
Or not 81% are not still in the same position?
81%, as of May of 2013, 81% of those individuals either stayed at least 3 years or are still in that same position where we placed them that period of time ago.
Okay, that's 3 years. I thought you said 8 years. I didn't think.
Well, we looked at that statistic back to May of 2018, but then we also looked back all the way back to May of 2013. And so as of May of 2018, 91% of the folks that we placed are still in that role. When we back that up another 5 years, it drops slightly to that 81%.
The same role that they were hired in through SGR?
Yes, yes, sir.
Ms. Fadden, do you know what is the average tenure for a city manager in a city of 50,000 above?
ICMA says anywhere from 2 to 7 years. The International City County Management Association.
3 to 7?
5 to 7.
5 to 7. Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being with us, Ms. Fadden. I appreciate your presentation.
My pleasure.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is, I guess we need to approve the Power Supply Committee. Is Mr. Stock with us? Okay, and just by way of background, Mr. Stock's going to explain to us, but the decision was made at a recent utility board meeting to have 2 members of the utility board and 1 member of the city commission. And Mr. Stock, if you could explain to us what the Power Supply Committee would be and do.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you. So this item is coming to you from the utility board, as the mayor said. It is a recommendation to approve a charter for a power supply committee, which is really just an advisory committee to the utility board that would advise the utility board in terms of all things power supply, if that makes sense. The importance of this is that power supply is the absolute largest expense for the electric utility. So it's obviously an item well worth keeping a good eye on, and it's the one that, because of its very typical long-term nature, that sometimes sight is lost of sometimes. And so to have a power supply committee that at least meets a couple times a year, or more often if necessary, kind of depends on what's going on, at least keeps the committee, the board, the commission, and everybody kind of abreast and in tune with what's going on in terms of power supply and how that relates to the utility. So what you have before you is a draft charter. The utility board has basically approved their portion, but it needs to be approved here. Down in section, or I think it's section 1, item G, states the membership and designation. It says the Albany Utility Board shall appoint 2 of its members, the City Commission shall appoint 1 of its members, and the city manager, by virtue of his or her office, shall be a non-voting member. So that will constitute the committee itself, and of course the next item is just that staff will support as necessary. So I'm going to turn to Nathan, because I think since this is just a work session, we just present the item and then it would come back at the end of the month to actually be approved, and then
At the night meeting, yes.
at the night, and then that's also when they would vote for who the commission would appoint to the role.
That'd be the appropriate time to do that, yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have, sir.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Stock? Ms. Howard? Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. Stott, so on a, year-to-year basis, how much room do we actually have to change our power supply with MEAG in terms of, you're talking about like our portfolio of coal versus nuclear versus what are the things this group would be deciding upon on that?
It's really to look at more of long-term effects of power supply decisions. So I'll give an example. In this past year, one of the items that was discussed at MEAG was the shuttering of Plant Wansley. Well, the shuttering of Plant Wansley, or closing of it early, obviously impacts the capacity and supply available to the city. And so that would have been certainly an item that would have been looked at by this subcommittee, and then if necessary, correspondence could have been sent to MEAG. We don't have voting representation on the MEAG board, but at least we could express our opinion in that manner.
Because there's actually some litigation involved with that, isn't there? There was a called board.
Not with Wansley.
I thought there was a called meeting or something.
They're discussing the terms of getting out of it early.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I guess, Mayor, you could qualify for either position, right? You could be a utility board representative, or you could be a commissioner.
Yeah, the utility board is already selected there too.
They didn't choose me.
Who are the two that they chose?
Mr. Stan Lowe and Miss Brenda Battle.
Okay, all right. The other question I have, I know we get you talk about they're our largest financial obligation, but they're also our largest invoice we get every year or every month. But is there any discussion about reviewing those invoices or talking about usage? And I know we get like a pretty large credit
Yeah, I mean, I would say
spring,
that
and-
that's also under the purview of this committee, that, you know, if you're gonna meet every 6 months, you might as well sit and review all of those records as well.
Okay. And also, even buying and selling to other communities. I know we had an opportunity to sell to another community and we didn't do it.
Sure, I would say
It
that
never came
definitely-
before this commission, but would that group be the one that would make recommendations to sell our excess power to
Yeah,
other?
absolutely, that's who I would take that to. We're gonna have, the Walmart solar initiative is an item that's going to come back up. And so constituting this, committee very soon would be in our best interest, because that's an item that's gonna be, necessary for this committee to discuss.
Okay, so that item is still floating? It's still,
Yeah, Walmart and the MEAG cities are in the process of finalizing their agreement, an overall agreement that would be, that each city would have to independently sign.
okay, all right. That's it. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Ms. Young?
Yes, sir. I guess this is either for the mayor or you. Who's currently keeping up with these, I guess, particular concerns if we're just not creating a committee? Because I assume we've had these long-term power contracts for a while, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out why is there now a need to form a committee to keep up with these things?
Right.
Or who has been keeping up
Yeah,
with these
myself, city attorney, city
Mhm.
manager.
And that's no longer sufficient?
No, it's certainly sufficient. It's just to kind of, expand, I guess, kind of who's in the know. Because these things, they tend to move really, really slow and long duration until something needs to happen. And then when it needs to happen, all of a sudden, it's a great big, thing. Well, if more people are more aware, over a given time, then it won't seem like it's such system shock when, an item comes before the board that then needs some decision.
Is the regular utility board not being notified about these things
No,
now?
they're being notified.
Okay.
It's just good practice.
But who else is doing I guess, in terms of, I guess the MEAG partners, who else is doing it?
I don't know what other specific MEAG communities have power supply. I know there's a lot of co-ops who have power supply committees.
Mhm.
Just kind of depends on.
Okay. I guess what was the conversation on the utility board about this?
Ms. Young, there was a presentation, and it should have come before the city commission. The utility board commissioned was it a power supply study? Mr. Stock, is that what it was called?
Yes, sir.
So an engineering firm basically said, these are your commitments. And this is a pattern of the usage of your customer base. And obviously, we know that demand is going down, but our requirement to purchase energy remains the same because it's such a long-term contract. It was a pretty good overview, I thought, and I think it needs to come before this commission. There is a period of time, 2034 to 2037, when we'll actually need power. But at that 2037, I think, is when our obligation to purchase nuclear power from Vogtle comes into play. And unless we increase our load by that time, we're still going to be short on electricity. I have asked, is it the city of Griffin we buy power from?
It's, we basically assume their obligation for the combined cycle.
And we're going to get a presentation on that and the SEPA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There were two, I mean, it came out in this study, there were two other obligations that the city, for some reason, assumed. Obviously, in retrospect, it was not a sound decision because you're already paying for more power than you have. But we're going to look at that, and it's the recommendation. And I can't speak. I think we need to. The commission needs that presentation, Commissioner Young. That you need to understand your long-term commitments and your long-term needs, instead of waiting to 2034 and somebody lets us know, well, we don't have the power from Wansley anymore, and we don't get the electricity from Vogtle until 4 years. That's one thing, but also the possibility, I believe, and maybe that's what Commissioner Warburton was speaking of, there's a possibility that Wansley might close down earlier than scheduled. Is that correct?
Right. That's happening as we speak.
Because Wansley's about the dirtiest coal plant in the country at this time.
But the same thing could happen to Plant Shearer in the next few
that
years.
was, the other coal-fired plant that Georgia Power has may be closed earlier than scheduled. You know, depends on whatever the carbon emission regulations are, and so that is basically what this committee would do. But I think, Mr. Carter, the commission really needs to have, I don't know if the firm will make the presentation, but we certainly need that the presentation that was in the booklet. It's very informative, and it's a pretty good overview of the long-term.
I guess my overall point to my question is, you know, we have a number of boards already, and as you said, you know, this particular thing probably should have come before this board, and I just kind of find it, I don't know, I don't see how creating another board gets us that more into the know. You know, you take two people off of that board and make another board, but that doesn't necessarily lead to a transfer of information. But what I will ask is that, you know, those staff members who are responsible for those things, you know, communicate those to the commission and not just the utility board, because I think what it creates is, as you said, you know, when those things pop up, it may go to the utility board, but it may not come before us. But we as elected officials usually have to bear the you know, brunt of the criticism if it's something that the public is, you know, it's something that the constituents don't like.
Yes,
so I just want to make sure that that line of communication is open.
Well, I think, again, and I may be incorrect, but I think the genesis of this was a recommendation in that report.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Can I make a comment, sir?
yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Cole.
GDS was the firm that made that presentation to the utility board, and based on a lot of their best practice recommendations, that's where this committee is coming from. Understand also that the utility board, their approval limited at $200,000. There's nothing we're going to do on a MEAG contract that's going to be less than that. So anything that happens with those MEAG contracts has to come before this board. Even in times previous, I'm sure that those things had to come before this board. So there's nothing happening on the utility side that won't be before this board that requires your approval. But we will get GDS, make contact with them and have them come back through and do the same presentation to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any further questions, Commissioner Howard?
Since we're talking about let it come in, do a presentation, is it appropriate that we can also ask Nathan, since he's a guru when it comes to electricity, things of that nature, that he can go back and pull some data that this city's own. Is it for how many millions of dollars that we are on the hook for Plant Vogel?
Plant Vogel cost escalates geometrically instead of arithmetically. But the good news is that you have agreements with Power South and Jacksonville Electric Authority to assume the first 20 years of that responsibility. And part of the sales pitch was during that 20 years, 50% of the principal of the debt service will be amortized. And these are supposed to be 60-year generators, so if you need the power in 20 years, it will be there. JEA, if I get too long-winded, you can cut me off, but JEA filed a lawsuit to show you how rock solid these agreements are. They tried to get out of their agreement with MEAG, and there was litigation about it, and the case was resolved at the trial level due to motion practice. There wasn't even a trial. The paperwork was so strong that JEA's case literally evaporated. And an interesting point, when I saw the final papers, I saw that the end result was signed off on by the interim head of JEA. And I asked somebody, well, you sure the judge accepted the signature of an interim? Or the parties did, and they said, well, they had to because Jacksonville fired the entire board due to that litigation. So, but anyway, I've got all the documents in my office, very interesting. We can go back and look at all of them, and you will see the key paragraph, if it had been written in plain speak, would have said minimum purchase, but the document was prepared with the phrase entitlement share. And that's a fancy term, but in plain speak, you receive from MEAG each month so many million kilowatt hours. If you can resell all of them, that's fine. If you can't, they wholesale what you can't resell. And of course, that process exists throughout the country. There are very few generators of electricity. Big companies, Exelon, Southern Company, Nextera, those, so the process works fine if you can resell and actually grow your customer base. And Mr. Stock's an expert at knowing about all that, so you're lucky to have him. And that's just what needs to be done. Maybe this committee can help you all handle that part of it. Thanks for asking.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, one thing, Commissioner Howard, they call it a hell or high water contract. And the last one the city signed was in 2008. In retrospect, that was probably a bad decision, but that tied you in with the Vogel for basically the duration of the plant's operation after this first period of time when Jacksonville, but as it says, it talks about entitlement share. We don't get electricity based on what we need. We get a percentage of the MEAG share of the electricity. And that hell or high water, basically what it means is we have signed a contract saying if our revenues from our utility operations aren't sufficient to pay our obligation to MEAG, then we have to raise property taxes. I mean, it's as Mr. Davis says, it's just an ironclad agreement. And
yes, sir. And let me interrupt. I apologize. The plant, what they call Unit 3, may come on board this year, and Unit 4 maybe next year. That's when the 20-year time period. So we'll start running when they actually go into service. They put the cap, again, I talk in plain speak, they put the top on Unit 3 this year, and now they're trying to get final approval, and maybe by next year both of them will be up and running. But I appreciate that explanation, Mayor. I hadn't heard that one before. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further?
Mr. Fletcher?
Nothing else, thank you.
Commissioner Warburton?
So, sitting here thinking about it, I have to kind of agree with Commissioner Young. When I think about the need for yet another committee, one of the problems I have, if I just going to be frank here, I don't think enough stuff from the utility board comes to us as a commission. I don't know who made the decision, but we made a decision not to sell our excess power. That decision should have been these 7 folks sitting right here. I don't know if the other commissioners even know that we had an opportunity to sell excess power, and we didn't do it. And so our neighbor city, Sylvester, ended up selling the power, and that's going to be a daisy chain of events that I don't know if MEAG's ever going to come to us again, because we just nixed that. But this board didn't make that decision to. And it's kind of like, I think about the planning and zoning board. They would never deny a zoning and never bring it. They still bring it to us. It just comes to us with their recommendation. And I believe the litmus test, whether this committee is formed or the utility, if there's a decision with MEAG, the decision needs to be made with our city commission. Selling excess power, this Walmart solar thing you're talking about, I don't know why those decisions are not made by us. And so I agree with Mr. Carter. Purchases are very clear, 200,000 purchase, but somehow this MEAG decisions, there's this muddy water of what comes across the street and what stays over there. And I think the board of 7 here, whether this committee is formed or not, those decisions need to be this commission, because as Commissioner Young said, we're the ones talking to the citizens, we're the ones talking to, why are the rates here, why are they that, but yet we aren't allowed to make a decision on selling excess power. So, so I guess I'm kind of lukewarm on this, kind of like Commissioner Young is, but my main beef in general is we don't need a committee for these decisions. That the decisions ought to be coming to us anyway, whether the utility board recommends it or this power supply board recommends it. The decision ought to be made by us going forward. So is there some kind of understanding that MEAG decisions, like what comes to us and what doesn't come to us as it relates to MEAG? Or is there a litmus test?
I've never seen any written documentation. I was basically following directions of the city manager.
Okay.
I mean, as far as what?
Can I make
Yeah.
I don't think there's a real document that says, hey, certain things should not come before this board. I think it has always been the practice of those things that pertain to utilities remain with the utilities. At some point in the history of Albany, utilities acted kind of as a separate group, and I think there was some protection from this board by them acting that way. They were able to make some decisions on their own and protect this board from having to deal with those decisions, and that's just a carryover from where we are at that time. So all those decisions that are made that don't have anything to do with that purchasing policy that has been established has traditionally stayed with that utility board. Now, if it is the desire of this board to make those changes and have things come to this board more often, or any procedure that you want to put in place, it is entirely up to you guys to make that determination and make the ruling, and staff will follow whatever rules you put in place.
Yeah, so, and I agree with that. So I guess what I'm saying, let's just use this one example here. The decision to sell excess power, it should have come to us, and it could have come with a recommendation of denial. Utility board recommends to deny for these reasons, but it still should have come to us with that recommendation and allow us to make the decision. And that's just one recent example. So my concern is, if that's the one recent example, how many other, and even some of these things the mayor was bringing up with Griffin and these other, some of these things, decisions are being made, and even though it may seem small, it has, everything with MEAG is not a one day, it's a multi-year, decade decision, and so we're making these decisions, and it has far-reaching impacts, I believe, than it really looks like on the surface. So that would be my direction, whether, I don't know where the other commissioners believe or think on that, but as it relates to this committee, definitely need some more discussion. But my feedback is kind of related to this, but kind of related in general of bringing more MEAG decisions to us. That's it. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
Well, I just want to say, I think this whole proposal of selling the power, I think it was $50,000, $25,000, so it was, of course, it wasn't a purchase. And I believe we do need to have a more clear delineation of what the utility board's authority and charge is. I mean, I think that needs to be done. When I was on the commission before, Water, Gas, and Light was virtually autonomous. I mean, the one advantage we need to, well, I mean, as a business matter, you have this utility authority and they set rates. That's the important thing. And that needs to be understood. But clearly, I mean, I didn't think it was appropriate for the utility board to say, we need to outsource collecting household garbage on the other side of Slappy Drive, but they did. I mean, you know, how is that within the purview of the utility board? And I mean, their members would think, well, the charge of the utility board has been extended, not just to utilities, but throughout public works. And I think that's the way somebody on that commission would think that was an appropriate recommendation. So clearly, I mean, I think we could all benefit from having a more clear understanding of what authority the utility board has and what the limits of that authority is. But with that, Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir. So am I hearing the board ask for some documentation to be created that both the utility board and this commission can approve that sets limits or at least set a procedure for things to move between the two boards?
Commissioner Warburton?
I get to go first?
You go. No, I mean,
no, I guess
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you mentioned that. You did mention that, you know, you and I talked about it in the past, that how this contract for collecting trash came about. And since you wear two hats from the utility board and the city commissioner, not trying to give you any more power, but I'm pretty sure in the near future, if you use your expertise and that you are the mayor of this city, and things in utility board should come before utility board and then come to the commission, because I'm still puzzled about this garbage contract. And I think that you're outgoing, you're a visionary, and you need to, what word I'm looking for, don't want to say more aggressive because you are, but to say this is not right, and let's make sure that these decisions are shared with the elected body of this commissioner. Because in the end of the day, it is not the utility board, it is the commissioners and your office that we get these calls about certain things that is happening at the utility board as we're getting calls now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No comment.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No comment.
Okay. Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, so, Mr. Carter, my main thing would be, obviously, if we're signing an agreement with MEAG, it's going to come to us.
Right. Yeah.
The problem I have is how many opportunities are not brought to us. Mayor, I have to correct you on the garbage. That was brought to us as a recommendation. The 7 of us voted on that. Had the utility board, that they simply made the recommendation. They can make a recommendation of painting all the trucks pink. They could, you know, it's still got to come to us from a overall financial. My main concern are how many of the ideas are shot down before they're brought to us. And so, you know, again, use garbage service. Ever how that happened, if the utility board had voted that down, that still should have come to us. The idea came up. Here's an idea, utility board voted down. It comes to the commission as a recommended to deny, but it still should have come to us to discuss something of that magnitude and of that large of a decision. So I guess the main concern we're talking about here is MEAG. So if there was a litmus test, if there's anything, an opportunity MEAG, whether it's accepting it or denying it or squashing it, it still needs to come to us as the ultimate yes or no vote. Even if the utility board recommends denial, bring it with a recommendation of denial and let us make that decision. I don't know if that was, if that cleared up the waters at all.
I think
That's
Mr.
clear as
Carter
mud.
said, do we spend the time and effort putting together a document, basically establishing what the city's relationship with the utility board is? I mean, it's pretty general. I mean, Mr. Davis explained to me, I don't even think we have a chapter in the city code.
They're in the city charter, John.
Yes, sir, 26. You showed it to me the other week. Yes. But it doesn't give you it doesn't give you much specificity, I can tell you that. Right. But so I guess what Mr. Carter's saying is, does the city commission want such a document?
I would say yes, but with everything else that's on the plate, this just kind of surfaced here in the last 30 minutes. I would hate to just put a huge amount of work onto something that just, but I would say, yeah, it needs to be on our agenda to do at some point to clarify, that. But yeah, with it just coming up here in the last 30 minutes, it's hard to make it number one on the list to go ask staff to work on that.
I think we could have an agenda item in June and also have it on the utility board meeting.
Sir, if it's okay with you, I would ask that you push it out to July. We have a lot of
Okay,
things we're trying
with
to get
the
done.
budget. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. Is that fine, Commissioner Warburton? Commissioner Langstaff?
No comment.
Okay, Commissioner Young?
I guess, yeah, to your question, City Manager, is I would just prefer just a simple, if this is coming up, from a staff member, then the staff member's responsibility. That's all I want to know. Whose responsibility is it to let us know, because, like I said, we can create 1,000 committees. That doesn't mean the flow of information is going to happen like it should, or that it's the right information is going to get to us before somebody's decided, well, this is a good idea, and we wind up, as the mayor said, changing, a significant part of our government function. So I just want to make sure that, I know y'all got a lot to do, but, if I say, Mr. Stock, why didn't I know about this before, we're in a meeting with it, that's what I'm looking for, and not necessarily to create another committee.
I think one of the premises for that committee and having one member of this body as a participant in that committee is so that this body is aware of what's happening with those things, so that you have a participating member that can come back to you and say, hey guys, you know what? This is going on at the utility board. Maybe we should take a look at it. So maybe we should look at it in that manner.
I make mistakes all the time, Commissioner Warmington, but this about the recommendation, that's not actually correct. What happened was we were voting on buying some trucks, and the majority of the members of the utility board said, we don't need to buy any trucks. We need to get out of the garbage business. So that is the way. I mean, it was certainly not on the agenda to make a recommendation. I mean, it came from the members of the board. So that was, I mean, we all need to understand that the utility board has got to have some autonomy. We appreciate the service of its members, but I think my dad used to say, plain talk makes for good understanding, and if we have it in writing what the authority of the utility board is, I think that will obviate any problems in the future. But and if you wanted some kind of provision, then anything that has to do with MEAG has to come or has to be approved by the city commission. I mean, that could be included in the document, obviously. But okay, with that, if we could consider in the next 2 or 3 weeks, if any member of the commission wants to serve in this capacity, also if those members of the commission who have reservations or objections to the creation of the committee be prepared make those arguments at the regular meeting later this month. Next item on the agenda, Chief Pursley, creation of a youth engagement unit.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. About sometime last year, probably late 2019, I had a conversation with Sheriff Sproul, and we were talking about what we can do with youth in the community, and we talked about developing a Police Explorer program. One of the things that we brought up was that with all of the law enforcement agencies, we're doing a lot of things. Why don't we just consolidate our efforts? Well, from that discussion was birthed the Albany-Daugherty Youth Unit. Captain Ted Thomas of the Daugherty County Sheriff's Department will give the presentation, but this is primarily how, between the city police, sheriff's department, school police, and the county police, how can we come together with our own programs, consolidate together under one unit function to be able to serve the community. Now, with this, as during the presentation, Captain Thomas will explain to you that there are a lot of different areas that this can cover, and our hopes is that this is something we can build on here as one program that can expand and continue to serve the future generations who are here in this community. So without further ado, I turn it over to Captain Ted Thomas.
Good morning, Mayor, board members. Like Chief Pursley was saying, back in September, October, I got with Sheriff Sproul and was talking about sharing this vision that I always had with law enforcement, working with the youth of Albany and Daugherty County. For weeks, we put a plan together. In January of this year, we met with Chief Pursley and Chief Conley and Chief Johnson and shared this vision with them. And this morning, we want to share it with you guys. The Albany and Daugherty Youth Unit is a unit of sworn officers that have committed to working with the youth for over the years. I got myself with Sergeant Lane with the Sheriff's Office, Corporal Shanita Sawyer with the City Police Department, and Corporal Franklin with the City Police Department. Those three officers and myself combined, we got about nearly 90 years of experience of law enforcement, and we are embedded with working with the youth of Albany and Daugherty County to bridge that gap with law enforcement and youth. We don't want what have taken place all over the United States to take place here in Daugherty County. So we want to build that relationship with our youth and just to show them that law enforcement are here to in your best interest. We are not just here to lock you up, lock up your family member. So for the leaders of Albany and Daugherty law enforcement agencies, they saw the need to help fight the youth violence that we're having here in Albany and Daugherty County. And one thing that the Albany and Daugherty Youth Unit, we are committed to is our youth and serving our community as well. We're going to do it, like I said, with sworn police officers working with the youth here. The Albany and Daugherty Youth mission statement, our mission statement is to provide a safe, exceptional, enrichment environment for our youth. That part about safety, we want to make sure that our parents are safe, that their kids are going to a location, that they know their kids are going to be safe. We want our youth to feel that safe with law enforcement and working with our kids on an everyday basis. We know that there's a lot of other programs that's here in Albany and Daugherty County, but there's no program that got in law enforcement working with our youth. Yes, we do, like I say, we do have a lot of programs working with the youth, but law enforcement, we don't have. And we want to basically just build a relationship with our youth. Like I said, once again, to make sure that our youth are familiar with law enforcement. So they would know what they have to do if they encounter law enforcement on an everyday basis out on the streets, or when they encounter law enforcement officers coming to their homes and coming into their community. We're going to focus on developing various aspects of their lives, not just academics, not just recreation, athletics, but we're going to make sure we work with social interaction, nutrition, life skills, the arts, and once again, community service. We want our kids to know that the community as well, they are investing in youth. We want you to give back to the community that is taking their time and investing in the youth, to give back to them as well. The Albany and Daugherty Youth Unit will implement the PALS program, the Police Activity Lead. We will call it the Albany and Daugherty Sheriff Activity Lead because the Sheriff's Office is the parent agency for this program. So we want to make sure that we are offering this program to our kids once again because of the resources that coming with joining the PALS organization. We will have a summer camp, the Albany-Doherty Sheriff Summer League Summer Camp. It was called the Doherty County Sheriff Summer Camp, but we're going to make sure this year, once we get a part of the PALS program, the SAS program, that we're going to change it to the Albany-Doherty Sheriff's activity to provide our kids with a safe place to go during the summertime. The history of the summer program, once again, it used to be called the GREAT program back in the mid-90s. Then we changed it to the CHAMPS program about 8 to 10 years ago. And these programs have been working with the youth for over the past 25 years during the summer, that we constantly going into the school system, working with our kids, and providing a place for them during the summertime, a 4 to 5 week summer camp for our kids here. The cost for our summer program, you should have a copy of the budget for our summer program. We were looking into purchasing some more equipment so that the kids can have some type of entertainment at the summer camp. We haven't purchased no equipment for our summer program in the past 5 years or so. So our equipment are pretty much old and damaged, and we was trying to replace some of that equipment. We hoping with that $18,000 budget, we asking for the city to purchase, give us half as well. We had asked the county for half of the budget as well. If we are able to get these funding, we're going to provide a summer camp for our kids for free. We're looking at having about 100 kids to participate in our summer camp beginning June the 3rd through July the 2nd. And we're hoping to have our camp running from 7:30 in the morning to 5 in the evening to help our parents out. But like I say, if we're able to get this funding, we're going to make the camp free to our 100 participants. Once again, the funding, if the city and the county do give us that funding, the money that we will be raising through donation, otherwise, we can use that money for later on with our community barbecue, the National Night Out, Traveling Fall Festival for the Halloween, Thanksgiving turkey giveaway, and the Shop with the Sheriff and Chief for Christmas care package for our senior citizens. We want to make sure that we are able, as a unit, that we're giving back to our community, and we're showing our kids that the more that we give back to the community, the more they can be receiving from the community. Chief President did mention too about the Explorer program. We are up under the Albany-Doherty Youth Unit. We have signed up for a public safety cadet program. That is for our high school students that have an interest in law enforcement. We're going to bring kids in that have an interest in law enforcement. We're going to train them to be future police officers, hopefully. Not picking a particular agency for the kids to be a part of, but we're hoping that out of those kids that come through our public safety program, that some of them would continue to have that interest in law enforcement, and we can start using our public safety cadet program as a recruiting tool for law enforcement here in Albany-Doherty County. These kids are going to be taught the importance of physical fitness, leadership, chain of command, teamwork, and problem solving. They're going to learn how to negotiate scenarios like traffic stop, building searches, domestic disturbance, investigate and mark crime scenes better. Then some academy recruits. We're hoping with the training that these kids are going to be getting through our public safety cadets. Once again, we are producing some fine future police officers in the years to come. Hopefully they'll start when they're 14, when they first get into high school. We'll have them throughout their high school career. For those that's going to be still somewhere nearby Albany, and they still have that interest in law enforcement, the Doherty County Jail will hire them at the jail from 18 to 21, and at 21 they still got that interest of being a law enforcement. We will send them to the academy. So we're using that as a tool to, once again, to recruit kids into our public safety cadet program that's going to be following up on an Albany-Doherty Youth Unit. One thing about the public safety cadet program is only cost for our unit to be a part of this organization is $20 a year that we have to pay. For the individuals that's going to be a part of the public safety cadet, they only have to pay $15 a year. So it's presumed real cheap for a student to participate in the public safety cadet program. They would get the opportunity to go all over the state of Georgia to compete with other public safety cadet programs, as well as goes to once a year the public safety cadet across the United States goes to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and participate in competition statewide. We do know that we have to, in order to be able to work with our youth, we're going to have to form some type of family component where that we bring the family in as well. So we want to include the family member in working with our unit so that we can better address the help our kids that's in need. We do have a curriculum in place that we're going to be attending in class where that we'll be putting on a 6 weeks lesson for our parents and kids to build that bonding relationship with one another, as well as building that relationship with law enforcement officers. We hope to have a location to where we can provide an after-school program where that law enforcement educators are coming in and helping our kids with their work. For our after-school program, we're looking to have it running from 2:30 to 5. During school break, we're talking about running it from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. During the summer camp, summer hours as well, we're going from 7:30 to 5. The future plan. Our future plan, hopefully in the years to come, is that we do have our own public safety cadet program. Public safety cadet building, where all law enforcement can come to this building, as well as our public safety cadets come. In this building, we plan on having a conference room for meetings. We want to have a computer lab to give our kids access that those that don't have access at home. Culinary arts. Once again, we do know that all of our kids are not athletic inclined. We do have kids in Albany that love to learn how to cook, and we want to be able to provide that service to our kids in our building. We want to have classroom for educational purpose. We want to have an auditorium so that our kids can come in and get before their peers and get before community and just show their expertise in public speaking, because once again, we're trying to develop future leadership. We want to have a performance art room. We want to have an art room because our kids we do have some kids that are artistic, that can draw and need a way, need a place where they can express their feelings. We want to have a music room. We want to have a recording room. We do know that a lot of our kids now are getting on YouTube and doing all this recording, but if we can provide a place for them to come and we can control what they are doing, that would open our kids up a lot more to what's going on here in Albany and Dougherty County. We want to have a gym for our kids. We want to have a track and field. We'll make some contact with an organization that, regardless of where we go, they will come in, we'll apply for a grant, they'll come in and fix a field up to make it look like a football field. We will also apply for a grant where they'll provide the lighting for that field for us. We want to have an active shooting simulator, not just for the public safety cadet students to use, but for all law enforcement to come in and use that as a training room for them. A recreational room, baseball, softball field, concession stand, and press box. A lot of you may say, well, you're asking for a gym, why would you want an outside basketball court? Because we do know in the past year our kids have been inside so much that they don't be outside enough. We want to be able to keep them outside as much as possible. Our summer program this summer, we're planning on having a majority of our activity take place outside just to be able to get the kids outdoors a little bit more. A wave pool. A wave pool is something that we feel like can generate some funds for the city of Albany. Not just for our kids to be using, but just for, once again, for the purpose of bringing some money, some income into the city. We met with Mr. Dyers a couple of months ago, and we mentioned to him that we were looking for a location. He brought up the idea about Silverdale. He said that he would give us the Silverdale Elementary School as a location that we can use if the city and the county would like to take it on. I must tell you that Silverdale, it requires a lot of renovation work to be did on it. And he said that if we want this location, it's ours to have. this area, the play area. They do have trailers back there for our outside basketball court. We was talking about moving those portables to make sure to make that as our outdoor basketball area. That's the field that we was talking about. The company would come in and do a field for us. Over a week ago, I made contact with Pastor Simmons at Mount Zion Baptist Church. He made a recommendation that we can form some type of partnership with Mount Zion Baptist Church for this location on Emory King. He said they was in the process of renovating this building, and if the city and the county would pay 1/3 and Mount Zion Church would pay 1/3, we can use this, have this location, and the sanctuary would be used for the classroom that we was talking about, we was needing. He said that we would share the cafeteria and the gym area at that location. So that was another area that have been brought to us that may be a possible location if we have the funding to help with the renovation. We do have a 10-year plan in place to utilize grants to finance the daily operation, use youth to manage the daily operation, provide scholarship to our participants yearly. When we all work together, Albany Daughter Union will build a better future by connecting kids, law enforcement, and the community. Albany Daughter Youth Union will facilitate a new dialogue with the next generation. We want to make sure that we as law enforcement and as community leaders, that we are having the kids' ears as well as the street committee. Only our kids are having the street committee in their ears now. They need to hear another voice, someone that is positive, telling them that there are some better things out here that you can achieve, you can accomplish more than what you see here. We want to make sure that, once again, our kids are getting that positive vibe, not just from the parents, but from law enforcement, from leaders in our community. Some of the recent events at the Albany Daughter Youth Union, we have formed some partnership with some great people in the short time that we've been together. We formed partnership with the Albany Housing Authority, where Dr. Miles has given us access to a building at 921 Cherry to use as our office in that area, to be able to have the community come to that building to meet with police officers and just talk about what's going on in their community. We have made a partnership along with not just Albany Daughter Youth Union, but there are several people in the area, businesses in the area that we have made contact with. Like I said, with the Daughter County School System, Mr. Darius did offer that building to us. So we are forming a partnership with other businesses in the area to help the Albany Daughter Youth Unit make an impact on the youth as much as possible. We do have some upcoming events that's upcoming Thursday. We will be helping the community over there in Albany Holly Homes with a stash the trash. We are planning a youth day. We had originally planned it for June the 12th, but we changed that date to August the 6th, where we can do a back to school drive for the kids as well. Once again, we have formed some partners. As you can see with the Daughter County School System, Albany Housing Authority, Pivot Family, the YMCA, the community and school, and as you can see, the South Georgia Wolverine. I told you in the beginning that the Albany Daughter Youth Unit, we are into the sports part where we're going to have kids that is part of, that will play for the South Georgia Wolverine. That name will change once we become members of the SAF. It will become the Albany Daughter Sheriff Activity League, Albany Daughter Sheriff Wolverines. And we want to make sure that our kids, those that are in the sports, that we provide as many sports activity for them throughout the year, not just football, but soccer, baseball, swimming, track, baseball. We're all going to get into that, providing our youth with this opportunity, just to get them a place off the streets to be around some positive people. And we're hoping that the city commission as well will be coming out to our activity just for the kids to see who you are and what you are about and what they can become. Just give them an idea that we all have the same interest of making them a better place here in Albany Daughter County. Any questions?
Thank you, Captain Thomas. Commissioner Howard?
Thank you, Captain Thomas, for that presentation. Let me ask you a couple of questions. You said that trying to get 100-some youth, right?
Yes.
And you said the cost would be $18,000?
Yes.
And and it will run from June the 3rd to July the 2nd, 2021, right?
Yes.
So since this is just starting, it's not a 501c3 yet, is it?
No, not yet, sir.
Okay. Actually, another question. Have you, Spruill, the sheriff, chief, have you all approached any of these banks to reinvest back in the community? Because by federal statute, they are scheduled to, what you call Community Reinvestment Act, is to give back to the community. In other cities, they are doing it. So that would be a good plus. By law, they're supposed to do it. So since the 3 national banks, that they should be able to put some back in the community. And if you said 100-some youth, so that's what, like $100 per youth?
If we don't get the funding, we're gonna charge the kids $35 a week, just to be able to do some of the activities that we want to do with the kids. As far as providing a catered meal for them on Friday, they take them on several field trips.
Okay. And how would you select these 100-some youth?
We're, in the past week or 2 weeks, we have been putting out applications advertising that we'll be selecting 100 kids to participate in the summer program.
So it'll be a cross-section of east, west, north, south of the city and the county.
And we have 2 more registration drives coming up. On the 15th, we'll be at the City Police Department, and on the 29th, on the 15th, we'll be at Walmart on the east side, and the 29th, we'll be at the City Police Department.
And those are fundraisers, right?
No, those are just registration for our summer program.
Okay. And you did say if you don't get to $18,000, you still would continue to charge each student.
We're going to charge.
That's $35 per week.
Per week per child.
Okay. And let me ask you another question. If there's some individuals that want to donate, do you have to disclose their name?
No.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Captain Thomas?
I just appreciate your presentation and applaud you for what you're doing for our youth. Obviously, our youth are the future of Albany tomorrow. So thank you again. I know Officer Franklin and the great work he's been doing the last few years. So anything I can do in any capacity to help with the program, I'm happy to do so. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fletcher?
I just, want to follow Commissioner Fuller and thank you for sharing. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, Captain Thomas, thank you so much. We had a 1-page document about you coming to speak to us. It was kind of like I was expecting a sippy cup, and you just brought a tanker truck of ideas. And so I was just amazed just at the vision and the dreams that you're sharing. And as a community, we've got to get behind the very things that you're talking about. I do interact with youth from time to time, and I'll tell you, the youth, they want connections, they want relationships, they want a safe environment. They're not afraid of the police. They want the police, and they want these environments that they can feel safe, that they can feel, where they can have fun, and actually the youth want to give back. Yes. I mean, a lot of them want to come out and serve, and so I appreciate everything you laid out, and certainly look forward to the city partnering with you, and actually look for other partners. I mean, as Commissioner Howard said, whether it's folks giving or other nonprofits in town, this ought to be a unified effort for us to go forward of building into our youth and giving them the tools they need, life skills, mentors, relationships, everything to put them on a path for success. So thank you for sharing with us today. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Thank you all for your presentation today. Everything looks, amazing in terms of the vision that you have. I would ask, have you, thought about any partnerships with the Albany Recreation? I know Mr. Franklin works with with them closely, but in terms of the youth unit as well, you know, maybe having an office in one of the gyms somewhere, where, you know, you could see, like, I guess the police leagues in other, larger cities.
Yes. We do have a relationship, partnership with youth, not with the youth, but with Parks and Recreation, with Burt Bacon, the basketball league that they just completed. That was something that we partnered with them on as well. We are very interested in joining different organizations that's already existing. We don't want to recreate the wheel, but we just want to make sure that law enforcement as a whole is showing their investment in our youth. Because once again, you know, the Boys Club is fine, Parks and Recreation is fine, but law enforcement, once you get law enforcement, they see kids see law enforcement in uniforms all the time. But when you can see Officer Franklin out of uniform, and you got kids calling him Coach Franklin instead of Officer Franklin, and they saying Sergeant Lane and saying Coach Lane, you know, that make a big difference on a child, and they can say, that's my officer. And that is one thing that we are basing the Albany Daughter Youth Union on. Our slogan is building unity in the community. We want to make sure as law enforcement, we play an intriguing part in building that unity in our community. Because once again, we don't want what taking place in Minnesota, what have taken place in Minnesota and Chicago and all these cities. We don't want that to happen here in Albany, Daughter County. We want the kids to understand that they got an officer that they can come to and tell something that's going on, and that they know they're going to be well protected once they come in contact with us. So we are open to any and all partnership.
Thank you, sir.
Captain Thomas, I think we all want to commend you and the other officers. When you have a difficult job, you got families to go to, and it's easy enough to finish your shift and go home and forget about it. But what you're doing is being proactive. I mean, there are obviously some people in the community that would say, if we spent more money on youth activities, we'd have to spend less money on drug gang task force, you know, and I guess that's what we're looking at here. I would just challenge you. We don't have a budget, and I mean, you have some various ambitious proposals. I mean, I see the summer program, which I think is very realistic. The cadet program, which I think could benefit the community and also our relationship and law enforcement's relationship with the community. The family strengthening program, I just don't want us, that starts, I think, we don't want to duplicate what other groups are doing. We need to find out what those groups are doing and partner with them instead of compete. I did have some concerns, you know, the Sylvandale School, that's within walking distance of Bill Miller. I mean, I would like to see the Youth Engagement Unit operate out of our renovated and improved gyms and centers, and I believe that can be done, and then we won't, A, incur construction expense, but B, we won't be competing against ourselves. This program, the Police Basketball League, I've heard it time and time again, what a big success it is in communities, and if we can renovate Henderson Gym, Carver Gym, and have a gym in East Albany, I mean, we could have a vibrant league. And my son's a high school basketball coach, and he said it breaks your heart when you can't have 12 kids on the team, and 4, 5 of the kids are just great athletes.
Yeah.
They're gonna make the team. But some of those kids that don't make the team, they would give anything just to be part of the team. Of the team, yeah. Yes. And so we have to provide a path for kids who want to continue to play but are not on the school teams, and clearly that's a deficiency. We know about the kids who are interested in the performing arts and the visual arts. What is there for them? I think we need to determine what the school system has to offer. But with that, I just want to again commend to you for your willingness to go above and beyond, and also the other officers who are willing to participate in the Youth Engagement Unit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank y'all for being here. Chief, do you want to say something?
Yes, sir. One thing, you were thinking about Morningside, which is near Bill Miller.
Oh, okay.
Sivendale is up off of Maple by Albany Middle.
Okay.
That's where the
I'm
pre-K-
sorry. Okay. Well, that's close to C.W. Heath.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The sheriff, he had to leave for another engagement, but we do want to thank you all for this opportunity. Once again, it's no use in us beating our heads against the wall and spinning our wheels when we're serving the same population. So when we talk about community collaborations, community partnerships, and we're all stretched on resources, but using our resources better, this is one way that we want to make sure that we meet those so that we can help our future generations. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
indulge me for 1 minute before these individuals leave the office. When I look around this table right here, if we want to be so give an in-kind donation, we all received some of that stimulus money, $1,400, and we have not cashed that check, we can donate it tomorrow to them.
Last week, he's coming home this weekend. I'll try to talk him into. Next presentation is considering approval of a contract with Regent Power from St. Louis, Missouri for a total cost of $220,000 to provide monitoring for a gunshot detection technology.
Good afternoon. This item was advertised as request for proposal.
This, as you remember, this is one of the tasks that came out of the Public Safety Task Force Committee. Decide to want to use this tool, then we can move forward with this. But this is, like, again, this is one of the tasks that came to me from the Public Safety Committee meeting, subject to your questions.
Chief, you did say that this would cost per year how much?
Initially starting off at 220, but the 220,000 for year 2 cost for maintenance is 165. Year cost for years 3, 4, and 5 would be 148,000 annually.
And this would be annual as long as this is in operation.
Yes, sir.
And what I did mention in our last month meeting of Public Safety Commission is that this may be a good tool, but I can attest you that I speak for a good percentage of my constituents in East Albany that we certainly would like to see boots on the ground, whether than this gunshot detector technology, and it could be something we could use in the near future, but I think we need to make sure that we got more officers on the streets and in some of these sort of neighborhoods that a not conducive environment.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, you might need to take over.
Yeah, okay, I'll take over and go myself. Chief, as Commissioner Howard alluded, the boots on the ground, I know that that's an ongoing struggle, so the fact that we could, use technology and give this a shot to see how it works, I'm all for it, so, I would say let's see how it goes and get a report back after, once we do vote it in, get a report, maybe by, every 6 months or so to see how it's working and see, if it's working the way we hope it will. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, and I have talked about it in the meeting, I'm gonna be curious or anxious to see which section of the community we choose, because the radius is 1 to 3 miles, but I think it will add some comfort to the community. So I am looking forward to it being a part of the tools that we try to provide you with. Thank you for all your hard work, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Warmington?
Yeah, Chief, I know we've talked about this for months now. I'm just really glad to finally get a proposal and some firm details on it. So this group that y'all are recommending, a couple of things that I haven't heard talk about in the past, but these are, I won't say they're mobile units, but they can be moved units.
Yes, sir.
Where I think some of the other vendors, when you put it in, is fixed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then also the other good thing about these, I think these are solar powered. Most of them, if not all of them, are solar powered or can be solar powered.
So the actual sensors would be solar powered, but there's kind of their CPU type would be a battery. It would be a backup. So, for example, for every 5 to 10 sensors, if you have whatever that battery site is, that would be the one piece that would be kind of hardwired, and it would talk to the other sensors wirelessly. But the sensors themselves are powered by solar power.
Okay. Which makes it easy to move. You're not having to bring power to it or run an electrical circuit to it because it's kind of self-contained.
And we would, one of the members of this was Jimmy Norman from Utilities. So we would be using city poles and city power for any connection.
Mm-hmm. So the one thing, you hear about these systems, a lot of times it will curb the gun violence in the area that it's monitored. One thing about it being able to move is after a year, if you see another hot spot pop up in the community, you can take some of the sensors and expand the area or move. I really like that thought process. The other thing about this group is I think they offer cameras and LPRs as a...
Yeah, yes, sir. And, honestly, they have a lot of vendors who offer that. But, one of the things, too, is that I would be, a little leery of is let's just see if what they're offering works first before we start adding other pieces, because I wouldn't want that to be some type of, smoke screen to say, hey, this is what we have here, but we want to sell you this here. No, let me see if what you're giving me here actually works.
Yep, totally agree.
Yes.
Definitely something for down the road to contemplate. So, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. What kind of lead time did they give you in the proposal? Was it?
I can't
2 or 3
remember
months?
right offhand, but should the commission approve this, then that will. I apologize. I can't remember right offhand, but it's not that long of a time that they would be ready to start implementation.
Yeah, because it seemed like one of the vendors was along their lead time. Seemed like this vendor was a little shorter.
The most used vendor in the United States is, they're And this is not the most used vendor. So the most used vendor, which was part of the proposal, they do have some backup. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chief. That's it,
Yes,
Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions, only comment is I felt like we should have one of these for a long time, so I'm glad we're finally doing it.
Commissioner Young?
I guess looking at this, you know, when we're looking in our briefing here, you know, we have just as many cons as we are pros, and I think through our deliberations, I really didn't get a real good, yes, this is something we need to do. Feel from this, you know, I know we're talking about the $200,000 cost with the, I guess, annual fee of $148,000. Is that what I'm looking at? And then, but also in the cost is, you know, we still need officers to, you know, respond to these calls, and you know, to make it work effectively. I think we talked about having some type of crime center that goes along with this. So, you know, this system alone is not going to, you know, necessarily solve the problem, but we're going to put more stuff with it. And then from, you know, that came out of our deliberations on the Public Safety Committee, there were articles that said some cities had backed away from this technology because it was a cost and it did not necessarily do what it was proposed to do. So I'm still, you know, very much leaning to not voting for this because I don't think it, you know, through our deliberations, through a lot of the hard work that the chief has done to look at these things, that we have a clear-cut, you know, a clear-cut thing that this is going to fix what we want to fix. We talk about, you know, gunshots being heard at night. We talked about an ordinance, you know, a noise ordinance. We talked about being able to solve gun violence. This is not said that our police are going to be able to catch whoever fired the gun once it's detected by this system. So it seems like that's a lot of money to spend on a bunch of ifs, and that's what we have here, is a bunch of ifs. So I don't see myself necessarily voting for this right now. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, Ms. Fields, Chief, I stepped out for a minute. How many, do you call them sensors? Is that the machine or device that detects the gunshot?
Yes, sir, sensors.
So in this contract, how many sensors are you getting?
I want to say per square mile, they're 30 sensors per square mile. So if we went with 1 square mile, you have 30. Up to 3 square miles, you would have 90 sensors.
Okay. Is that all the area that's encompassed in this contract?
We did up to a 3 square mile area, and we based it on historical crime trends where we've had shots fired calls or aggravated assault calls. And based on the 3 square mile area that we had given to all of the proposals, this is what we came up with, and it's an average about 30 per square mile. So if we did just one, you have about 90.
Okay.
Yes.
So what the police department did, we looked at our statistics, and these are the areas of town where we have the highest crime rates or highest level of gun discharges or gun violence.
Yes, sir.
And so we've got 3 square miles that would be covered
Yes, sir.
under this contract.
Yes, sir.
And that the contract price includes 90 sensors.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now, is the contract we're looking at, is it a 5-year contract?
I believe that's what the, if I'm not mistaken, and I want to say it was about a 5-year that we would go into with this company, yes, sir.
Okay, so we can't have this contract for 1 year or 2 years and say, well, it's really not providing any benefit.
I'm sure we could go back and if that's the commission's pleasure, we could go back and say, let's see what 1 year could look like.
I mean, I actually have some concern because two things I want to mention. Recently, this 16-year-old kid that was shot, you know, again, you got some teenagers apparently firing a gun, a police officer, stress, fatigue, goes and
situation in Chicago, the 1 year
the 16-year-old, 13-year-old,
13-year-old,
okay,
yeah, gunshot, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I mean, you can't make generalizations. Typically, when somebody fires a handgun at somebody else, he or she probably is not going to stick around. You know, that might not be the case. But so that is, I guess, the efficiency or the efficacy of this technology. But then I think it might cause some other problems in the interaction between the community and law enforcement that's not intended or anticipated.
Typically, contracts are 1 year with renewal options, and we can check the proposal and everything that they submitted and have an answer for you by the night meeting.
Well, I'd appreciate it, Ms. Fields, because I mean, you know, the first time I read about it, this is a panacea, but which of course there are a lot of issues with it, like everything else, and I just think it would be the reasonable thing to do if we could have the contract for a short period of time and then reevaluate what benefit we're receiving from the technology.
We can make that happen.
Fair
Okay.
enough, sir.
Anything else, Chief?
No, sir. That's all I have.
Ms. Field?
No, sir.
Commissioner Howard, any more questions?
No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
That's it. I would just say too, Mr. Mayor, in our talks about policing, you know, the community, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, where money goes into policing. Now, we just sat and saw, you know, all of our police officers stand before us with a solution that we know will help our community in terms of curbing violence, especially youth violence. Now, are we going to spend, you know, $200,000 on, you know, something that may help, but that's going to be just, you know, quote unquote, another tool? Or can we put money to things like what our police officers want to do, and that's help youth stay out of the trouble, stay out of gun violence and things like that. That's what we're looking at when we make these decisions, and that's it.
One question, Chief, and I'm sorry, like I said, I walked out during the presentation. Now, if somebody shoots off a what are the M35, the loud firecrackers, would this technology, can it distinguish between a gunshot and it can?
Yes, sir, it can.
Okay.
However, we would probably still get called to someone shooting off fireworks.
Yes, sir.
But it wouldn't be a gunshot detection alert.
Okay. All right. But I mean, so these sensors know that that's not a weapon that's being fired.
Correct.
It's not just the noise or the sound that it's responding to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Last item on the agenda, Ms. Fields, you can stay with us. Mr. Gray? A recommendation to expend $293,000 to replace the roof at the wastewater treatment plant.
Yes, sir, this item was
No,
bid.
the water treatment plant, I'm sorry, it's a Lily
The
Pond,
water
not
treatment plant.
Joshua.
This item was bid, designed, and we put the bid out, advertised in the Herald, Channel 16, on the Georgia Procurement Registry. We opened bids on April 20th. We had three contractors that submitted bids. The recommended contractor is Southeast Roofing Solutions for a total expenditure of $293,000. The engineer that handled all the roofing, the design and all that is on the phone, I believe, Mr. Jody Essery. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Howard?
Ms. Field, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Is one of the roofing that is at the, I see, no question. That's okay.
Yeah, this is the water treatment plant, not the wastewater treatment.
Okay.
Who made that mistake?
That's,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
1726 Lily Pond Water Treatment Plant.
is staff still out there? Are we using those wells or what?
I can't talk to exactly what the well usage is. That would be a water department question. The roof was damaged during Hurricane Michael, and as we're still continuing to get moisture inside that facility, as indicated on the bid document, a lot of this is being funded by insurance money through Waste Management.
So it was not covered by FEMA to,
There is also a portion from FEMA.
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what Mr. Gray said. Was this covered by insurance policy?
He said part of it was covered. Oh,
Partially by FEMA, partially by insurance, sir.
Okay, so were we paying any type of deductible, or is FEMA covering the whole thing?
I'm on the call. This is Veronica. A portion of it was the entire cost. This was FEMA. FEMA is because it was covered under insurance, will not pay for damages. They will pay for the deductible. So we did receive the deductible back, which was $50,000.
Okay, so the city is actually not coming out of pocket on anything?
Well, the amount received from our insurance carrier, which was Travelers at the time, was $135,277.13.
Okay, so plus the $50,000 by FEMA, so we'll be coming out of pocket somewhere around 90-something thousand. Is that right?
Once the actual damages are repaired and replaced, we will submit the total cost to our insurance carrier. So this is paid at cash value, and we have a current policy with replacement cost value. So we will report our final cost to Travelers to see if there's any room for recovery of the depreciation.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Veronica.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions, sir.
Mr. Warmington?
Yeah, quick question. So the KEE thermoplastic membrane and then the upgrade.
The diagrams and detailed drawings, that was all done by Edifice Consulting. I believe we have Mr. Jody Ussery on the line. Sir, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Gray, I'm here.
All right. Commissioner Warman, you have any specific questions for Mr. Ussery regarding what you just stated?
Yeah, so
It was a basic roof, PVC polyvinyl chloride with an upgrade to the KEE membrane, which will enhance the puncture resistance. And that is not a coincidence, because punctures were the cause of the premature failure. The roof didn't die of old age, it died of a lot of punctures over time. So we put in an option to enhance that puncture resistance, and the amount of money for the amount of return made us recommend that you go ahead and enhance the puncture resistance on the facility. And Mr. Swilly agreed, and that's what we're recommending.
Okay, so this is basically
This would be the vinyl pool liner. A vinyl pool liner would be what this would look like. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're putting back basically what is there. We're just putting a little upgrade to help you with that puncture resistance that has been a pattern in the past. It's a good management strategy, and with what's inside this facility, I'd rather not be punctured to begin with, but I totally understand it's a financial decision, and we put you in a position to make that decision by doing it both ways, and we will respect whatever decision you folks would like to make.
No question.
Ms. Young?
Last time,
What we currently recovered is $135,277.13. Our FEMA reimbursement, which is consistent of all damages that happened during the actual Hurricane Michael. So FEMA reimburses you your deductible since it's covered under insurance. That reimbursement amount was $50,000, but there is a cost share piece in there. So our portion was $42,500. So the total recovered, if you put those two numbers together, would be $177,777.13. That would be out of pocket for us. $115,222.87. And that portion will be sent to our carrier to see if there's any room for recovery based on the final cost.
okay, thank you.
And 13, I thought that was the number I heard. But be that as it may, I guess that insurance company came in and did an appraisal of the damage and said this is what the figure is, and that might be the repair cost. I don't know what it is, but I think the commission needs to know that. And, what, just for my edification, were alternates 1 and 3? I understand this was a natural disaster, but when was the roof, the present roof, installed or replaced, as the case may be? We don't know that.
Yeah, that's the original roof. Sir, I apologize, I don't have.
No, that's okay.
That alternate.
Good news. Thank you, Ms. Gray. Ms. Phil.
Alternate I'm sorry, the alternate one was to add, to provide a 30.
We're talking about is the 45. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gray, Ms. Field. Mr. Carter?
Declining as from what it is right now. But public reopening. Full city manager's update will be emailed to each one of you after this meeting, and it will also be made available on our website for the public. Any questions that you may have, I entertain those now.
Any question for the city manager? Commissioner Howard?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Young? Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
That reopening to the public, would that include the utility board?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, next item, any items for future agenda or other business? Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Mayor, would you find some time to work on that letter that you say you was
I'll
going?
have it to you. I'll have it to you by Thursday.
Okay. Can I get a hard copy?
No, I'll send you a draft, send everybody a draft to make sure we all agree on.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing at this time.
Mr. Fletcher?
Nothing.
Commissioner Warmington?
No future items.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing at this time.
Commissioner Young?
No future items.
Okay. Thank everyone for their attendance, participation, and service. And this meeting will be adjourned.